Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographique is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographique is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. Yeah, I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. was me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographique is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest DMAX ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographique is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColorEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographique is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographique is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographique is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images: landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographique is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographique is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographique is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Time, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photography.
Hello and welcome to the Australian Videography Prize. We are so excited to be here. My name is Courtney Holmes and I am going to be your host for the award. Our first category that we'll be starting with is wedding, followed by family, and then creative later on this afternoon. So stay with us. We're really excited to go through all of these videos. We've had some amazing submissions come through and be more excited to get started. So I wanted to talk a little bit first
about what it is that we're looking for when we as judges are providing our scores for the entry. Some of the things that we're looking at are creative storytelling. So the artist's ability to create a compelling visual narrative and create an emotional impact with their film. Sound quality and design. The artist's ability to mix audio in a way that's seamless and smooth and adds to the narrative of the film without distracting from it. Camera techniques. We're looking at the artist's ability to demonstrate consistency and skill with regards to exposure, composition, camera movements, and shot selection. And then color grading. We're looking at the artist's ability to demonstrate consistency and skill with regards to color grading and overall image quality. So those are the things that we are keeping in mind as we're judging and we're looking through these films. And so we're really excited to get started. Shall we start with our first one? Okay. So judges.
You know when you do those one-eyed ones in the middle of the night? I'm at that stage now.
But wait, there's more.
First of all, I'd like to thank Marie and Troy for allowing this special occasion to happen on their stunning property.
I believe this was a big surprise to a lot of people.
What's happening?
Oh, it's a surprise wedding.
Oh my God, isn't it beautiful?
You all weren't supposed to find out it's a wedding in the car park, but it is one. So come in, all right, go in there and knock yourselves out.
Okay, I will.
You know where the bar is, Brizzy. You'll find it.
Initially I was told there was no speeches, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to tell Rochelle how much I love her, how beautiful you are, inside, outside, spiritually, emotionally, in every way. I'm hearing it from all your friends as well. Everyone I talk to, it's not just me.
My amazing, talented, beautiful, smart little sister. She's so kind and just so generous in her time and thoughtful in how she considers everyone before herself. But I just wanted to apologise to you for attempting to drown you in the bath that time. I was too young to remember it, but Mum won't let me live it down.
When I first met Jake, it was Jake and Rochelle's first date. I was living with Rochelle at the time, and this bloke walks in, coming in like Conor McGregor, walking through fingers, and I was like, fucking hell, this guy's an absolute 10. I think I texted Rochelle, I was like, oh, he's a 10, eh? I was like, yeah, I had a man crush. I think we all agree these two are perfect for each other. Every time they're together, every time they're around, they just lift energy. Yeah, they're magic, eh? It's a vibe, eh? I love it, and it's addictive.
Squeeze those hands, look into each other's eyes. Next bit won't hurt, I promise you.
I've loved how from the start we've always connected, bonded and shared each other's goals. I've loved how we continuously go to dinner at an early setting and be the last to leave. I've loved our ability to adapt to the number of places we've lived in and the countries we've travelled. I love how you are always putting people first, your ability to making everyone smile. I love your soft side, your vulnerable side, and no one gets to see. I love your countless wine glasses you've repurposed as confetti, the countless white dresses you've stained over the years. I love hearing the endless animal facts, and I couldn't imagine my partner being anyone else. You're my best friend, my lover, and now my wife.
When we first spoke, I honestly thought I was going to be catfished. You were too good to be true, and you'd be out the door the first time I spilt my drink on you. By the third time we met, I realised you were a bigger mess than me. And what was worse is that I was absolutely head over heels. I felt like I'd known you a lifetime, and everything just became one big adventure. I love you for your heart. I love how you do anything for the people you love, especially when there's beer. I love your literally endless stories and the way you make me laugh. I love this life that we've created together, our endless laughter and disasters that turned into our favourite memories. You saw me at my worst and you loved every bit, no matter how broken. And then you helped me put back all of the pieces and told me just how beautiful each piece was along the way. You're my home, you're my best friend, and I can't tell you in words how lucky I feel that I get to be your wife.
And Rochelle and Jake, you are now both officially married. Whee! Let's hear it. Which now makes you a husband and you a wife. And I may say these wonderful words to you, Rochelle. You may now kiss your husband. And Jake, you may now kiss your beautiful wife. Thank you.
Jake, I've watched your love grow together, being from the guy that she served at the cafe that time to the man that wines and dines her, is an amazing cook, loves travelling together, making the best memories, and can't seem to ever take a bad Instagram photo together. Seriously, how are these two the most ridiculously good-looking couple? Like, together you guys are perfect. Thank you so much for loving Shelley the way you do. And I'm so happy that I get to officially call you my brother-in-law. I love you guys.
Judges, enter your scores. While they're doing that, I'm just going to read out a little bit about what our scoring criteria is. So 90 to 100 is finalist, which means exceptional visual impact, superior level of superior quality, superior original narrative concept, outstanding quality for professional client or self-commissioned work. 80 to 89, semi-finalist, strong visual or emotional impact, superior level of narrative concept, very high level of technique, post-production skill and image quality, very high standard for professional client or self-commissioned work, 75 to 79 is commended. This is a high level of visual communication, narrative or subject to interpretation, high level of technique, high level of post-production skill, high standard for professional client or self-commissioned work, and then 50 to 74 is below award range. So that is the criteria that we're looking at when we are putting in our scores. Is it showing up? Has everyone submitted their scores? We've just got some slight technical difficulties. Just bear with us for a moment. We just, is that the one we just watched?
Which one is it? No, that's not the one we just watched.
Okay.
Which one is it?
Yes, please. All right, so while we are waiting for the technical back end to be worked out, Lacey is going to introduce each of our judges, and we're going to take a minute to talk about, I want you to talk about yourself and your background, what you're shooting, what your interests are, all of that. Go ahead, Lacey, thank you.
Thank you, Courtney. Hello, everyone. My name is Lacey Barrett, and I am from Melbourne, Australia, originally from New Orleans, Louisiana, and I'm a birth photographer and have been shooting birth photographer and videographer since, just over 10 years now. And so, yeah, it's, I love it. I love it so much. And I will hand over to Bruce.
Hi everybody, I'm Bruce Moyle. I am a commercial, industrial, educational videographer, also a fine art photographer, and I also do that in stills land as well, all that stuff. And I've worked for roughly 20 years, originally as a soundie, who then moved into video and then into stills. I've worked from your mum and dad's pop store all the way through to the big multinationals and everything in between. And I'm currently shooting a lot of high-end educational stuff for different clients, mainly in the medical space, but have done everything except, I've done pretty much everything.
Hello everyone, my name is Timothy Blackadar. I am a wedding videographer from Sydney, New South Wales. My style of filmmaking is very much on the emotional and story-driven side, so very much something that I'm looking for throughout this day today. Thank you.
Morning everyone, my name's Paul Holan. I'm
hey guys.
Grandmaster of Photography in the NZIPP. I Similar to Bruce, I would shoot just about everything under the sun, and I thrive on variety. I mainly do stills, but I'm moving into video the last few years quite a bit, and I see that as an important skill set as a working photographer to be able to work in both realms. So real honour and privilege to be here amongst the panel, and I've got as much to learn as I have as much to give.
Thank you. Just pass that back. You guys will hold on to that microphone. So what, judges, I'm going to get you to do is refresh your device and re-enter your score, please.
Is it the same one? I just entered it and I think it's a different
That's the one. Okay.
Oh no, that's it.
Is that the same
No,
one?
that's right.
That's the one.
No, because it's a short version.
Should be the thumbnail. Yeah?
Yeah, but that guy was in the video.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. We're seeing scores.
There we go.
Okay. So we have an average score of 80, which is a semi-finalist. Paul, would you like to say a few words about the film?
Yeah, I felt like it was really consistent. The grading was really beautiful kind of through it. I felt it was very engaging in that you could really feel the culture and personality of not only the individuals but the community sort of came through really beautifully and quite openly and transparent. There's a real transparency in terms of how they related to each other, and I found that really sort of quite engaging. I felt like, you know, you could have lifted the game a little bit maybe artistically and gone for some different perspectives and angles and depths of field to maybe lift the aesthetics of the video a little bit more. Probably a touch of work more on the subtlety of the sound shifts between sort of the background music and the audio, but it was pretty solid. I scored it as a semi-finalist.
Awesome. Thank you, Paul. Lacey, would you like to add anything? You're on the lower end.
I was a little bit on the lower end. Look, I think that this is a beautifully put together video. I think what I was looking for a little bit more was there was going between clips, the music, like I noticed specifically there was a spot when they kissed the bride and then went to the party. That music felt like it was cut in too soon. And I wanted to savor that kiss a little bit longer. And so there was just a few minute things that I would probably go back and have a look with and play with. Video is all about playing with your cuts and where it's at. So I would just encourage the videographer to go back and play a little bit more and see what feels good for them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lacey. All right, shall we go on? We'll play the next video.
Family and friends, good afternoon, and welcome to the wedding of Felicity and Ricardo. Or to most of you, Flick and Nick.
I knew from that first date, the moment you didn't kiss me, that you were the one for me.
It was a bit touch and go there for a while, but there was no way a global pandemic or a little bit of rain was going to stop these two from tying the knot today.
promise to never stop appreciating you. To never... Not even one line. I promise to wait patiently until you're ready to leave the house. Didn't think I'd get that big a laugh. I promise to be your shoulder to cry on, to be your calculator, and to be your last love, because in you I have found my true love.
Now I'm going to let you in on a little tradition that Rick and I have. It's a stupid thing we do, but every time we have a special moment, we do this. So we always cling our glasses together, then before sipping, we bring it up to our ears and we listen. You guys all want to try? A little bit of music to mark the special occasion. As insignificant as this might seem to you all here, this is so special to me because what people forget sometimes is it's the little moments, the little memories and traditions that make you fall in love with someone. Rick, I can't pinpoint the exact moment that I fell in love with you. It began with many little moments. So I am happy that every little moment is with you.
I am truly excited for what the future holds for us. Thank you for choosing me.
As I introduce you to the newlyweds, Mr. and Mrs. Already.
Peter and I are very proud of the man you are today, and we can't wait to see the wonderful husband and father that you will no doubt become.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please give it up for the groomsmen,
The bridesmaid! And it is my absolute pleasure, my honour, my privilege to welcome Mr. and Mrs. Paletti!
Okay. Judges, if you could please enter your scores. All right, it's just taking a minute to load. And this film scored an overall score of 87. Well done to the entry. Who would like to talk about this one? Anyone? Yeah, let's go, Tim.
I love this film. I think it really started off strong with an introduction that felt captivating and drew you in further. And it was a really good representation of a wedding day in general. There's not one single emotion, there's not one single level of energy. The energy varied between the audio, between the music, and you really felt the energy of the couple throughout different stages of the day. I appreciate the audio, the colour was very strong, and overall a lovely film. Well done.
Thank you, Timothy. Paul wants to say a couple of words.
Really wonderful rhythm and flow, beautifully consistent through the entire thing, through the gentleness and the grace of the transitions, the handling, the consistency of the depth of field, the softness of the palette around the people, with some really poised moments where they did a wonderful job of catching the nuances of emotion. For instance, during the first revealing speeches, you know, they had to be on the ball to actually catch the audience and the people at the same time. So obviously there's some really good teamwork going on there and some really sort of forward-thinking awareness in terms of how to capture those moments. Wonderfully consistent, very highly polished, and we're on pretty high score.
Wonderful, thank you, Paul. Okay, shall we go to the next one?
Hi everyone, my name is Hannah Park and I will be your bride for today.
Put everyone else before yourself. Sorry, fuck. Sorry, didn't mean that. This is a lot for me.
Just shows how beautiful Hannah really is. I actually didn't know Mum's cat passed away.
Shit, how do I top that?
As most of you would know, Brycey is a man of few words. Brycey is a loyal friend and a family man. He's selfless and always has time to help everybody out. He always takes those extra moments for someone else.
I'll keep this short and sweet. Brucey, my big brother, we did everything together growing up, like almost cutting your femoral artery, making cardboard houses for our pet rats. Giving me a job and being the best boss I've had. Mainly because you let me start late when you're too hungover to start work on time. Need that extra couple hours sleep to recover. We've had a ball over the years. Then you met Hen and I knew I could count on her too as my sister as well.
You are, in my eyes, undoubtedly the most gorgeous, charismatic, loyal, excitable, vivacious, funniest and delicious humans I know. And I'm so proud to call you my daughter.
Hannah, I can honestly say I've never felt so lucky to have someone in my life who brings me nothing but support, love, laughs, beers and all the time. Our friendship is one of the most cherished things I have, and I can't imagine a world without having you as my best friend.
Bryce thought Hannah was very pretty and fun to be around and worth pursuing. And although Hannah always thought Bryce to be a quiet person that didn't speak much, she soon realised that after years later she was completely mistaken.
Bryce, your heart is so pure, kind, caring and genuine, and I never knew how much I could not only be loved, but loved so unconditionally until I met you. Today is the beginning of the rest of our lives together, and I cannot wait to spend my today and all of my tomorrows with you.
I tell you this every day, you are the love of my life and you are my best friend. You make every day better and you make me better. I promise that as we adventure through the rest of our lives together, I will always be by your side.
It is my pleasure now to declare you husband and wife. You make this the bride.
I'd like to welcome each and every one of you and thank you for sharing Bryce and Hannah's special day with us.
We love you, Brycey, and we love that you love Hen with your whole heart. We look forward to creating many memories with you, and we are honoured that you are part of our family.
I couldn't ask for a better match for my sister. Bryce is a calm to Hannah's chaos, and together they're creating an amazing life together. But I didn't want to wish you the best of luck. I love you both.
Okay, judges, enter your scores. Okay. This film received an overall score of 76, which is in the commended range. Just for, we have an optional challenge. We have an optional challenge. You don't have to take it, but we can, all right, and so we've decided not to. So would anyone like to speak on this? Just a quick few words.
Sure. I think this was a lovely showcase of the day. I think the biggest thing the storyteller here could do is to edit, to bring the story down concisely. And look at your composition of your shots, because like having a pole in front of somebody when they're doing a speech isn't the greatest look. So I think you've really on the right track here. This is really nice. But yeah, just refine.
And it's all about maintaining that viewer interest, right? So keep us engaged throughout the film. And I would just add to that, looking at your sound design mix, just really pay close attention to those, the moments where we have the music and the audio, the voices, how does that work together? Try and make that just really as seamless as you can. I think that would strengthen it overall, right? Right, shall we move on? Next film.
You know when you do those one-eyed ones in the middle of the night? I'm at that at stage now.
But wait, there's more.
One-eyed ones in the middle of the night. I'm at that at stage now.
But wait, there's...
Of all the people in all of the places in all of the world, he found her right there on our doorstep. Of all the people in all of the places in all of the world, he'd found her right there on our doorstep.
Now we stand here together on what I'm certain will be the best day of our lives. Because today I get to marry a woman who brings me so much joy, even in the monotony of life. But most importantly, today I get to marry my best friend and the love of my life. So here are some things I promise to give to you. I promise to continue to make you laugh every single day. I'll remix Dudley's name into every last rap song if I have to. I promise to actually read the Harry Potter books, because I think I've finally realised that so much more happens in the books than the movies.
They do spend their time getting up to some pretty wild things. I learnt that the recipe for the perfect weekend is 1 times Harry Potter movie, an empty washing basket, and a clean oven. That's the key.
Heart won't stop spinning round. Make your decision now.
was coming round to do some study dates with Hull, whenever she walked in the house, she'd flash that massive big smile that would light up a room. She'd bond with us, laugh with us, and bring an innocent joy and light to Harley. He was smitten.
You don't marry the person you can live with, you marry the person you can't live without. Let's just raise a glass to them, team. Woo! To the bride and groom.
So without further ado, can we please raise our glasses to Mr. and Mrs. Buxton? Mr. and Mrs. Kelso, so stressed.
Few things in this life.
Harley, you're one of the best blokes I know, and I'm so stoked to call you my brother. You are a true gentleman on the streets and an absolute freak on the Excel spreadsheets.
Love your days, searching for your person, and with you I found.
Thank you for making my sister so happy and for fitting into our family so easily.
The stars and you are mine, honey, let's stop wasting time. Let me love you for the rest of my nights. I'm gonna love you for the rest of my nights.
Claire's been a Kelso for a long time. And Harley's similarly been embraced by the Buxtons, clearly, because he's now Mr. Buxton.
All that I'm after.
I have brought something super special that helped Claire through life's dramas when she was a little one. This is Brownie Bear. Brownie Bear is moving from Hervey Bay to Canberra. So now, Hulls, I want you to know if Claire's being dramatic, you can enlist the help and support from Brownie Bear. When I think about our Claire, I think of all the love, laughter and fun that she's packed into her 25 years. So when I think about Harley, I see the love, laughter and fun he adds to Claire's world. I just want to say, I love you, Harley and Claire.
It's the evening light shining through the curtains, the time before the night when everything is golden. You're sitting on the chair, wrapped inside a
Hello, you look so handsome.
playing with your hair.
Stop. You look so good.
People on the high street.
Linda and I have often said to each other, how lucky are we? Our kids have met amazing people, they're with amazing partners, we're just so lucky.
The sun is going down, your skin is like a painting, the light is perfect now.
From your fierce loyalty to your genuinely kind heart, these are the traits I have fallen in love with and hope.
Don't get me wrong, I'm ready.
and hope to one day watch you share with our children.
No longer two, when us means more than me and you. Oh, if I wished myself a superpower, I would make this moment last for hours.
It's the private moments we share that make my heart smile. It's waking up next to you and Dudley. The 5 minutes we spend together making coffees. It's pointing out families of ducks to each other.
Live inside.
These are the things that I look forward to every single day for the rest of our lives. You are all I will ever need in this lifetime. I promise to love you today and every day with all of my heart.
I need some way to prove that this was real. A memory is not enough. I'm scared that I'll forget the way it feels to be young and in love. Let me stay right here just a moment longer.
Harley, in this world that continues to change around us, I vow to be your one
Please
constant.
let this last forever.
And this film received an overall score of 80 points. Okay, Paul would like to challenge.
Why not? Well, what I particularly love about this is I felt like I was taken on a real journey. Like there was all these lovely segments and areas and transitions and crescendos and almost like sine waves sort of running through, and the music really beautifully enveloped that, and the timing and the energy and the transitions really lifted to match the mood of the music sort of beautifully, and we were sort of journeyed around all these different aspects in quite a beautiful way, and there's a nice little bookend at the end how it finished. The sound design was handled well. The transitions were quite beautiful. It was quite consistent. And there was a certain sort of delicacy and elegance to the emotional kind of aspect that was handled really beautifully through the whole film. So I sort of leant more into that than any of the technical sort of aspects, because I felt very carried along really beautifully, and it was given a lot of space and breathing room rather than sort of being rushed. But I'm willing to listen to everybody else.
Thank you, Paul. Valid arguments. Who would like to speak? Who was on the... What? You were the lowest? All right, let's go to Bruce.
All right, so I get where you're coming from, Paul, and I saw the story there as well. I think the big thing for me was that I got to the end of this video and I actually thought I was at the end at one point, and then it kept going. Mm-hmm. So I thought, well, that's not great that I actually felt there was a natural end and it kept going. Mm-hmm. Other things I also picked up on, which were the technical. There's a lot of changes in the way it looked. If you're going to go to black and white, which I thought was really nice when it first turned up, stick to it. Don't cut in and out of colour in black and white. Really go one or the other. And if you're going to go handheld, it's quite jarring in this instance for me anyway, that you've got a lot of everything, your B-roll and everything is handheld, but your actual speeches are not. There's no movement, so it's actually kind of hard to keep following on. It actually puts you out of whack a little bit, because you're looking at the framing and it's just like, it's solid and then it's moving, then it's solid, then it's moving. So I think as a bit of communication, bit of story, it's actually really nice. I think it could be edited a bit tighter, but still kept open. And yeah, just those little technical things. Oh, and one last thing, you can remove that wind noise off your mic. Please do that. There's no excuse for that, sorry.
So a little bit more attention to detail and some of the editing side of things. Okay, shall write a reply to Paul?
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I'm not going to disagree with any of those comments from Bruce, but what I do feel like with that flow is it's kind of like riding a wave, like an opera. An opera isn't just a singular curve. It has points of where it actually goes to an ebb and then lifts again for a finish. And I felt like that was almost an unusual, important difference that I actually really appreciated, rather than just being the obvious. I was sort of lifted again and taken further on another aspect of the journey, and that's for me personally actually what I appreciated about it. There was more. It was a little bit deeper and a little bit more and a little bit more breadth to it, I guess, and breathing room that I really appreciated. So, love to give it a little bit more, especially for its beautiful emotional qualities and flow in particular.
Okay. Judges, I'll get you to re-enter your score. Paul?
Do I have to keep mine the same?
You have to keep yours the same. And everyone, you might need to refresh your... And for any of our newer judges to this, during a challenge, the challenger has to continue to put in the same score that they put in, but the rest of the judges on the panel can change their score. So it's all about listening to the arguments that have been presented and then adjusting accordingly as what feels right to you. There might be some things that one judge brings up that you might not have thought about before. All right. Okay, so our overall score is 81 for this. So we did bring it up just a bit. Thank you for that. Semi-finalists. Well done. All right, next video, please.
Give it up. If you guys weren't listening, a wise girl once told me, just fucking get on it.
But first I would like to share a little story about where it all began. Hannah and Damien first met in June 2015 at Helm Bar in Sydney.
So you know the story of Helm Bar, right? Yeah, okay. Blonde, blue-eyed, pocket rocker from Sorcha, I believe.
Oh, far out! That night was Damien's birthday party, and Hannah was on a blind date with someone else.
Catch my wave, you better keep up. Catch my wave, you better keep up.
But that didn't deter the birthday boy, as Damien quickly introduced himself as soon as he spotted Hannah entering the room. She seemed unlike anyone he had ever met before.
Look out, I'm shining bright.
She will be forever grateful for Damien making the first move and made a real effort to make her feel comfortable. Very early in their relationship, Hannah went on a trip to Bali. And it was this time apart that made Damien realise that she was the one for him.
I was on this holiday with Hannah and she kept texting all the time. And I said, who the hell are you talking to? And she said, Damien. I said, who the flaming hell is Damien?
School of hard knocks where I'm from, so when I get a drink I go dumb. Got a lot of swag, been stored up, couldn't let it out, been caught up.
Hannah knew from their first date, Damien was someone extra special. Hannah knows she's always going to be with the life of the party, as she describes Damien as loyal, kind, loving, generous, and always up for a good time.
I got that new thing, new style, new walk. I got that new vibe, new grip, new talk.
You are such a great human being, and you are always joyful and fun to be around.
And what a champion bloke, I thought.
Go ahead, take a picture.
I had never, ever
seen him more infatuated with someone or something other than the Parramatta Eels.
I love the fact that you were dressed head to toe in the blue and gold. In fact, Damien, what have you got to show us this morning?
Oh, we run it through the highs and the lows, baby!
I think I can just make out as ukulele.
Look, I can recall a moment when we were in our early 20s going shopping on a Thursday night, looking for a fresh outfit. Weekend's coming up. We were walking through the aisles in Myer, and all of a sudden, I lost him. As I proceeded towards the exit doors, I could see Damien standing in the checkout at Chemist Warehouse.
Chemist Warehouse? Yeah, Chemist Warehouse.
As I got to him, I noticed him holding a box in his hand. I grabbed the box out of his hand and I read the label. Anal ointment. I said, what the hell is that for, bro? He got embarrassed instantly, right? We're brothers. Tell me, what's the go? So he finally confessed in front of Mario's mobile phone repairs. He likes the hokey pokey.
You put your one hand in. You put your one hand out. You put your one hand in. And you shake.
And that's not the children's game, the hokey pokey.
Damien, I love you. Thank you for putting up with Hannah's brutal stubbornness. And Damien, Hannah is always right.
Don't leave your glasses anywhere because I have to pay for them if they're not returned.
May you forever hold the joy you share in your hearts and never let it go. And don't forget to look out for the super sale in Chemist Warehouse.
You think Dad's going to be there watching it, bro? Okay? And then you say this, right? Just think in your head, this is the woman of my dreams coming down the aisle. Just think of that. Okay? I've never seen him be so serious. I'm telling you, it's going to be the most magical moment of your life. I mean that. You wait. I know nothing prepares, but I've done it twice, trust me. Yeah, I'll be fine. I'll be good.
When you entered Damien's life, it was like you turned a light switch on for him.
I call her yin and I call him yang because together they just make a group that you just can't explain. They just gel together.
And isn't that what a marriage needs? Two people who bring out the best in each other.
And when you two face the challenge, you two will overcome them.
My life changed in an instant when I glanced over at you. We'd never met before, but I knew from sighting you from afar that you were someone uniquely special. You have been my best friend, mentor, the perfect partner, gym companion, but most importantly, you are the love of my life, and you make me happier than I could ever imagine and more love than I ever thought possible.
Damien, you are one in a million. I never thought I'd meet someone who could not only match my energy, but surpass it. Your ability to start a conversation with just about anyone, particularly if it involves the Parramatta Eels. I don't know if they won last night. Sorry, did they win? Oh, damn, sorry. I'm so grateful you came into my life all those years ago. You showed me what true love is, and for that, I'm eternally grateful.
Hannah, you are my world, but the Parramatta Eels Rugby League Club, as you know and accept, is my universe. Hey Hannah.
Hi, Damien.
How you doing?
I'm married.
You are.
I promise to choose you every day, but most of all, I promise to love you until death do us part.
I promise from this day forward, You are now my universe, and the Parramatta Eels my world.
Okay, judges, please enter your scores for this film. Well done. This film received an overall score of 92, which is finalist.
Very consistent judging.
Very consistent judging. Look at that. Well done. Let's just have one person give a bit. So far, Timothy hasn't said a whole lot, so we'll go to you.
Wow. Storytelling is a huge component, and especially within the wedding realm, we really want to get insight into who the characters are, what is the narrative, what is the story, and I think this film showcases it absolutely perfectly. There's a level of detail into every aspect within their narrative, within their story, that just drives home the message of who these people really are. I think the camera work was beautiful, audio was absolutely amazing, and the colour was super consistent. Absolutely amazing. Well done.
Thank you. Oh, Paul's hanging. It's got to be quick.
Yeah, that's the zaniest, craziest, wildest, most innovative and offbeat edit I've seen in a hell of a long time. My one critique, if I have, is actually I felt like the groom completely dominated the entire storytelling element, and it would have been nice to maybe balance out some of her story a little bit more, and it would have gone even higher.
Amazing. Thank you so much, judges. Okay. Next film, please.
I wrote a poem. Imogen. I vow to love you through thick and thin. I vow to always put out the rubbish bin. I vow to always win you competitions. And I vow to always try new positions.
For Mr. and Mrs. Watson.
Guys, look, I just want to say thank you. Oh no, I'm not meant to say thank you, that's your line. We're so blessed to have you all here. Each and every one of you, we love you all. And we're going to do a little duet speech here. So I'm going to give it to Imogen to say a few words.
Thank you so much for helping us celebrate.
I got something I gotta tell you, so get ready for another breakthrough. So let me show you what I mean. Cause I just gotta let you know it's better than ever. Tell the world, spread the word. You ain't seen nothing yet, it's true what you heard. It's better than ever, cause you ain't ever seen what you about to see. Better than ever, heard the word. It's better than ever, cause you ain't ever seen what you about to see.
It was the 4th date, and I was riding home on my motorized scooter after we went to the beach, and I got hit by a car. It was pretty hectic. I got thrown off my bike, my scooter got completely destroyed.
Things are moving slow.
I was okay, luckily, and I was standing on the side of the road waiting for a tow truck to collect me. And I decided to call Imogen.
If anyone's in
Look
scrolling through the phone on a Sunday, just hanging around with nothing to do. Summer, loving, give me
A girl I barely knew to come to my rescue, and I don't know why at the time I called her. And the more I think about it, the more I realized is that I found comfort in Imogen, and I trusted her, and I just wanted to spend all my time with her. From the get-go, I told all my friends about her. I was over the moon, how this girl was way out of my league. She was honestly the most beautiful girl I've ever set my eyes on.
Max, falling in love with you has been the easiest, best thing I have ever done. You make me laugh every day, and I feel like the luckiest person in the world. When I'm with you, I feel safe, joyful, and loved. I love how you live your best life. You are happy, confident, motivated, and enthusiastic, and it's so infectious. Thank you for bringing out the best in me. I'm so proud to be your wife, and I love you with all my heart.
I promise to always make you laugh, and I promise to always draw you a bath. I promise to give you back tickles when you want, and I promise to let you take a bite of my croissant.
these words that we have spoken, giving purpose to the hope that we have found. There's proof in the days that lay before.
Imogen, I cannot wait for what the future holds, and I cannot wait until we're wrinkly and olds.
We see it now. The story comes together. Beauty lives in every chapter. We feel it now. Nothing could be better. You and me, chasing down forever after.
Imogen, I vow to make you so happy in life, and I vow to make you the best husband to you, my wife.
Max, you are my partner, my lover, and my best friend. You are kind, warm, giving, loving and smart. I know how lucky we are to have found each other, but I also know the work we've put in to build our relationship. I promise to laugh with you, cry with you, grow with you, and give you the best version of myself. Max, it will not always be smooth sailing, but with you by my side, we can weather any storm. I love you.
Judges, please enter your scores. This film has scored an overall score of 81 points, which is in the semi-finalist range. Well done to this entrant. Comment from Bruce?
Sure. It's a great little video of the day and the wedding and everything to that nature. I suppose the reason why I scored it down a little bit was I found that the idea of some of the shots didn't pair with the actual dialogue and the story that was coming on this, being presented through the audio. And like the first point that came to me is he talks about he talks about her, but there's like a groomsman or something on the screen, like how pretty she is and stuff like that. So think about your shots like for the story a little bit more tightly, and that'll help you, I think.
Yes, thank you, Bruce. That's great feedback. All right, we'll go on to the next film. Okay, thank you. Judges, please enter your scores. Okay, and this film has gotten an overall score of 75. Commended range. Well done to the entrant. Lacey, you have a few words you can say?
Yeah, look, I think we got some really beautiful, clean shots. I think that they all tied together nicely. I just feel like we were missing a little bit of story, and there was such an abrupt ending. I was like, oh, I want more. I want more. I want more. I want to know who these people are. I want to know their story. I want to know how they fell in love. And I I kind of missed that. So otherwise, beautiful shots, and there was some great technique that was there. I just wanted more story.
Thank you, Lacey. Thank you for that feedback. That's very helpful. Okay, we're just going to do a judge swap real quick for this next film. And so, Michael, I'll just get you to hop in. He's going to use your phone, Paul. Okay, so you'll just use Paul's phone. Because, Paul, you'll have to come back real quick and swap after this next film. Yeah, thank you. Ready?
Yeah. Today. Said I woke up to the summer shining through. Calling out my friends asking what's the move. Feeling a little different, I'm on something new. Today. I ain't gonna let no clouds get in my way. The only road I'm walking is the one I pick. Catch me sitting in the sun, no time for shade. Today. This is the day that the Lord has made. And I ain't gonna let it slip away. I'm gonna be joyful. Yes I am. I'm gonna be joyful. Today. I'm gonna be joyful. I'm gonna be joyful. Today. I'm gonna be joyful. Yes I am. I'm gonna be joyful. Today. I got the joy down in my heart, down in my heart. I got the joy.
Judges, enter your scores, please. They're supposed to be. This is what they submitted. This is what was submitted. This is not a short version of a long. This is what was submitted. This is the full length. Okay, we have a final score of 79. This film received a final score of 79, and there's no challenge. Would we like to... Hang on just a sec. Okay. So, does anybody, are we able to do a voluntary challenge here? Does anybody want to challenge? Okay. No. Okay.
No, we can't challenge. It has to be 5 or more. Yeah, so I'm happy to comment though.
Okay, thank you for the comment. So no challenge.
No.
We're going to get a comment from Bruce.
Yeah. I really like this. I think the thing that works with this is your music selection. It sets the mood and a tone perfectly, and the images are captured really nicely throughout, and it really just shows you that, well, the music's joyful, everybody's joyful, everything's going really well. I think the thing probably thinking for me, it's the abrupt end, which doesn't come to a climax and finish. It just finishes.
Right.
So, but as a bit of communication, bit of like showing a joyful event, I think it does that really well. So, congrats to the videographer for making something that's joyful.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you for the comment. All right, we're going to do another judge swap. So we're swapping back in Paul, and then we are going to head on to our next film.
Okay, this is a test run. I think this is officially one day without you, Shan, and it's fucking weird.
We're not having you around. We're not getting to bed and falling asleep, and yeah, I guess just thinking of you and can't wait to see you under the chuppah.
gives you a nice moment to just chill and think about us. And yeah, I couldn't be happier. I feel like I couldn't have someone who loves me more, is the way I was actually talking to mum and dad about it today.
I love you, and I love you and what you bring. Like, you bring such an incredible energy to my life that just wakes me up. It makes me feel alive. I've literally never missed anything more in my entire life. I love you, and I miss you. See you tomorrow. See you at the Bedecken.
Super excited for today. Happy to be surrounded by my best people. So the only way I ever imagined beginning my wedding day was getting into ocean water.
There was something truly special about Shannon that Dave couldn't ignore, and he couldn't help but fall for her.
I recall David phoning Miriam and me pretty early on. He said he had fallen head over heel for the stunning Melbourne girl who was so different to all the others in the past.
Shan, I love you for the little girl you once were and the amazing woman you are today.
I am a fool now. I am a fool now for you.
With David, what you see is what you get. He's straight as a die, and David, that makes Mum and I so proud of him.
I am a fool now.
Dave, there's only one word that can describe your success, your beautiful soul, and your sincere and genuine nature. Mitch.
As far as I remember it, exactly 7.5 years ago at 2 a.m. in a poorly furnished apartment, you and I solemnly agreed that we'd keep things casual. There is absolutely nothing casual about this. You are my best friend and teammate. I love your cheeky dance floor grins and the way your nose goes red on a cold winter walk. You are uniquely down to earth, real and raw, beautiful, empathetic and a tad chaotic, thoughtful, kind and silly. You are my safe space that is always with me, where everything is on the table and where I can be my whole self.
Can't wait to see you walking towards me, and nothing else matters. That's the thing for me. That's what's making me so calm. It's like, I don't actually care anymore what happens. And maybe that's what the weak part does, and maybe that's what it's supposed to do. All that matters is seeing you, dancing with you, singing with you, celebrating with you. Like tomorrow for me, my biggest goal is just to be with you. Like that's all that matters to me.
Shannon and David's relationship, I think of what it means to be challenged with love. To diverge from the passivity of falling in love to the consciousness of love as a practice. Love as a choice. As a muscle that must be exercised. These two have been exercising this muscle for 7.5 years now. Over mountaintops, into volcanoes, through forests and daytime naps. Let me tell you, they are ripped. What I have observed in the time Shan and Dave have been together has been a collaborative unfurling. Watching them grow and transcend old limiting casing together in ways that are challenging but still safe, making the space for each other to grow as big as they need to be.
Shan, I love you, I love us, and I love the person I've become with you. I've never felt more sure about anything in my life.
You are clearly the person I want to continue growing and thriving with for the rest of my life.
Judges, enter your scores. Okay, the overall score for this film is 89. So this is in the semi-finalist range. And we've got, okay.
Who wants to challenge? Go for it.
Can't challenge.
No. But you have the discretion to...
Oh, you can, or can you?
Can I? I'm going to challenge. I think that this should be in the finalist range. Okay. My reasons for this are, I think that what sometimes we don't consider is the ability of the videographer to get this close to their subjects, to be able to tell a story in a way as intimately as this. The level of extra effort and comfort that the level of extra effort that this videographer would have had to put in to get this couple comfortable enough with him to allow him into their space, him or her, to allow him or her into their space and film them in this most intimate, beautiful way. But not only that, it's the way that the story was told. It's what that filmmaker then did with the footage that he or she received and put it into this incredibly beautiful, compelling story that took us on a journey, and it had highs and lows, and there was just so much nuance to it. It was incredibly well executed story. There were some technical things in there that I can understand could potentially impact our judges' scoring. However, I really want you to consider the emotional storytelling and level of expertise and effort that this really required to create a story like this. It goes above and beyond the limitations that may have been involved in some of those technical things. So I really want you to consider that as you're scoring, because it's not easy to get people to open up to you in this way. And I think that should be commended. Okay, so now you guys have a right to comment back. Does anybody want to say anything? Okay, Paul.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to find myself on the lower end, but I think I totally agree. There's an intimacy and an incredible depth, not only of the characters themselves, but also the principles behind both the cultural context of this wedding and the principles behind that union itself, which I think is really quite astonishing. I sort of felt like, at least in the first third in particular, the timelines were sort of all over the place, and you know, the technical difficulties of matching, you know, recorded material as well was sort of jumping around a little bit, but it did come through beautifully by the end, and I thought that overall intimacy and voyeuristic window right at the finish in particular was incredibly telling. So I don't think I need my arm twisted too much, but I'm listening.
Okay. Does anyone's up? Okay, shall we hear from someone who is at the higher end? Okay, Tim.
Sure. So I scored this film on quite high because the level of detail, the level of character development is a beautiful example of a documentary filmmaker that's going to that next level to tell a story. It was a little bit jarring in terms of the timeline, having 2 weeks before the wedding and then within 15 seconds it was suddenly the wedding. But other than that, I was captivated from start to finish. I was drawn in. There was multiple climaxes that really kept me like on a wave, and even some of the climaxes were really some of the lower moments. The music selection and audio was perfect. It's difficult to fault this.
Okay. Bruce?
Real quick, the only thing I agree with everything that's been said here, and I actually really like the detail of the feet, because feet in the Jewish thing with the breaking in the glass, but then you've got them through the beach and stuff. I just thought it was cute, and I thought it was really well done using the self cameras as well when they're. I think the thing for me, and I don't know if it's just this or not, it was just the distortion in the audio and in some of the dialogue. It just took me completely out. But I'm willing to overlook that because everything else, great.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I'll get you guys to rescore. Everyone can put in a different score.
Okay, is the majority to get over a line, or does it have to be aggregate?
I think they're on. Everybody entered?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Finalist.
Okay, so this film received an overall score of 92, which puts it in the finalist. So well done to this entrant, very well deserved. Okay, we'll move to the next one.
Picture a Boston dream, a writer, starry night. You're my muse. Elixir, a little sweet, a fire in my veins.
Judges, please enter your scores. Okay, so this film received an overall score of 79. So that is in the commended range. Do we have an option to? No? Okay. All right, well done to this entrant. A word from anyone? Open. Anyone want to say a word about this? A couple words.
I think the film was great. It was a little bit jarring in terms of we spent a lot of time during the prep, and then suddenly it just really fast forwarded from the ceremony to the end of the night with an abrupt ending. I feel like I wanted to see a little bit more of the story ingrained into the film. But
Okay.
it shot beautifully though.
Thanks, Tim. I'll just add to that, I think when you are doing quick cuts like this, they really have to be exact, because it can become more of a distraction when they're not in sync in time with the music. So you've got to really zoom in on that timeline, look at exactly those beats, because I found myself anticipating when those cuts were going to happen, and I became more absorbed by that rather than the story or the images that were in front of me. So just really have a look at that for the next time that you submit an entry. Thank you so much to that. Filmmakers, we'll go on to the next. Okay, so this film will go on to review at the end of the this category. All right. Ready?
So I hope you all have a lovely night tonight. And of course, tonight is not just any wedding. This is Will and Sal's wedding.
Tough act to follow, Will.
That's valid, but in all fairness, like, you leave yourself so open to it.
If everyone would please stand up, charge their glasses.
I've had my heart broken into, but something's different next to you.
I know that love can be loud and euphoric. It could be standing in the mud and the pouring rain at a music festival and shouting, "You are amazing," over the band. It's laughing until you wheeze and an extra long morning hug. It's waking up in a country neither of you have been in before, with the worst hangover ever.
'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know.
Someone once told me that true love exists with the happiness of your person. When you meet someone, you may think, "You make me so happy. I'm happy when I'm around you." As your relationship progresses, your perspective changes. You want them to be happy. You're happy when they're happy. That's love, when your happiness comes from their happiness.
Willie, I'm so happy to be standing up here today about to become your wife. When you walked into my life, it was like a weight was lifted and nothing else mattered, as I'd found the one I wanted to spend the rest of my life with.
I promise to continuously love you, protect you, and miss you between lunch and 5:30. I promise to listen to you and ease any of your concerns. I promise to also give you my whole heart to yours and also your family, as you have done with mine. I cannot wait for the rest of our lives together, wherever that may take us. I will love you always.
That I, Sally Rebecca Mackay, take thee, William Joseph Hillis, to be my lawful wedded husband.
I, William Joseph Hillis, take thee, Sally Rebecca Mackay, to be my lawful wedded wife.
'Cause I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know I can't keep bottled up inside. And all I wanna know is, are you ready for the ride? What have I been waiting for? Oh, I can run, but I can't hide the feelings that I know.
It is my greatest pleasure to pronounce you husband and wife. Will, you may kiss your beautiful bride.
But will, to me, it's hard to put into words because it keeps changing. And I've noticed on everyone's table that there's a letter that Will and Sal have written. And that is very special to me. But it tells every person here tonight that they are as special as I am, as to Chrissy or Julianne or Dee or David. Everyone here tonight is so special. And Will and Sal, to take that time to write that note is absolutely fantastic.
They match each other perfectly. I believe they'll be a very impressive and attractive couple as the years go by, and I'm sure they'll have a wonderful future and successful future together.
I'm sure that that story would involve how much they appreciate you. So how much Sal does for you and how much Will, loves you. And I just want you to know that you have such a positive impact on all of our lives.
Will and Sally, I couldn't be happier for you both. And I, along with everyone else here, wish you a lifetime of health, success, happiness and laughter as you venture out into your new lives together as husband and wife.
Forever be by my side. I love you always.
Love you.
Judges, put in your scores, please. Ian? Refresh again. Just read that. Just waiting for a couple of entries to come through. This film received a final score of 82, semi-finalist. Well done. So I'll just give a couple of words about this film. One of the things that stood out to me the most was the audio of the voiceovers and the music. I would love to see the entrant spend a little bit more time on your music selection and work a little bit more in detail with the mix that you're using between that voiceover and the music, so that it doesn't sound like a crescendo in the music when it shouldn't. So instead of just relying on dropping the audio levels of the music to allow that voice to come over the top, try and create a more smooth mix so that becomes a bit of a more seamless experience for the viewer overall. Otherwise, we become a little bit distracted by that. All of a sudden, the music sort of starts to crescendo when it's not an actual intentional crescendo in the music itself. But well done to the entrant. 82 is a great score. Okay. We are going to do just a really quick judge swap. So I'll just take you out just for one. And so Michael, could you just take over? Thank you. Yeah, stand up, stretch. Okay, so we'll go on to the next.
This is a special moment in time. Paz and Kenneth are about to embark on a new phase of their lives together.
I didn't think seeing someone would make me so nervous. So it's just, I think the fact that I haven't seen her all day, it's so weird. And I'm hearing how beautiful she's looking. So I'm actually really, really excited to see.
If you let it happen, your wedding day will go by in a flash. So take a deep breath and remember this moment in time. Mark it on your hearts, so that any time in your life you can come back to the way you feel right now. The purpose of this ceremony is to allow them to bring you, their family and friends with them on their journey. This is a special moment for another reason. It's not often that we are surrounded by the people we love. The ritual in which we invite you to participate is a traditional ring-warming ceremony. Now, what we're asking you to do is you hold the rings in your hands and you wish the bridal couple all that's good in life, and then you pass the rings on.
To my mom, thank you for the beautiful childhood that you've left with me, and for looking out for me all these years. You're forever in my heart. Wherever you are now, I know you'd be really proud because I found myself a good one. Now my sister, who's my best friend, my inspiration, and second mother after my mom passed away. We've gone through many struggles, but also many memorable experiences that many of you may not know of. It includes the time you ate concrete. And I don't know if you guys have heard some of our jokes, but they're probably the lamest jokes you'd ever hear. She probably got it from my dad.
Kenneth and Maria Paz will be moving to the US, because a job is waiting for Kenneth there. Well, of course, Maria Paz will be with him. And we just let them go. Fly and free.
Bridal party!
To my now husband, Kenneth. My heart is filled with so much love for you, and I can't find a better way of showing it to you but by serenading you with a song that entails how much I love you. But this is for you.
People want diamond rings, so just want everything, but everything means nothing if I ain't got you. Nothing in this whole wide world don't mean a thing if I ain't got you with me, baby.
In front of you there's a name card, but if you look in the envelope, each of you have got a personal note. And I've got to tell you, I'm a very, very experienced married celebrant, and I have never known a couple to go to such enormous effort for you, their guests. I mean, I think we're truly privileged to be here.
Baz, if I ever had a daughter, I'd really want her to grow up exactly the same as you. Except with better taste in men. But I really, really wish you the best in the future, and please come back.
You told me just how fully and deeply I could fall for somebody, and just the absolute joy that can come from that love. I'm so excited to see where our adventure in life takes us, but I know that as long as we're together, we can make it work. Thank you for being you.
As you may now kiss your husband. For I now pronounce you husband and wife.
Okay, judges, enter your scores. Just waiting for one more judge's score to come through.
He has been removed from.
Okay, can I get you on Tim's device?
That is Tim's device.
Is that Tim's device?
Sorry, can I?
That's on your device, is it?
Leave it there.
Just
No,
wait,
no,
just
leave
wait,
it, guys.
just wait.
Leave it. Okay, refresh and re-enter.
Refresh.
There you go.
Just waiting on that last score. Okay, wow. Some wide ranges. This film scored an overall score of 81. So this is going to be in the semi-finalist range. So well done to the entrant. So we have an automatic, do we have an automatic challenge?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Okay, so Paul, you are on the higher end. Go ahead. You need to pick up the mic.
Yeah, I gave this a finalist position at 90. I felt like of all the material we've seen so far, it was the cleanest, most beautifully composed, consistently elegant compositions almost through the entire sort of thing. I felt like the pace was really gentle, very flowing, very elegant, and I was kind of thinking, oh, I would have liked some more emotion in this. And eventually, as it moved through further in, and very, very cuttingly with her personal song in particular, it just sort of grabbed me, started pulling me in and lifting it into a much more engaging emotional space at the end that left me in a really beautiful position. But I just thought it was a very elegant, graceful, gentle, beautiful, and well-composed piece.
Okay, thank you, Paul. So we are going to proceed with putting in scores. Oh, no, we're going to go to. Okay, we're going to go to who was on 75.
I was the lowest.
Tell us, Bruce. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so I hear what you're saying, Paul. I kind of disagree on most of it, actually. I found it very all over the place in tone, and technically, colour was all over the place. There was sharpening, there was colours mismatched everywhere. Audio was all over the place as well. I couldn't understand half of it, unfortunately. I get what you're saying, that does have a story there. I missed most of it due to a lot of technical issues, and I do think it's just a little too long. So, yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can go to finalist at all.
Okay, all right, thank you for that, Bruce. So, judges, I'll get you to re-enter your scores.
Just refresh.
Sorry, it's probably me, my phone's not doing the thing. There it goes. Loading.
Okay. Thanks for that. All right, so we've got a new score of 79. This film will be reviewed. All right, so we've got a judge swap and ready for the next film.
All I want is nothing more to hear you knocking at my door. 'Cause if I could see your face once more, I could die a happy man, I'm sure. When you said your last goodbye, I died a little bit inside. I lay in tears in bed all night, alone without you by my side. But if you love me, why'd you leave me? Take my body, take my body. All I want is, all I need is to find somebody. I find somebody like you.
The moment that I first saw you, I knew you were the one with whom I wanted to share my life. I promised to comfort you in time of distress. I promise to share a tear and a laugh.
To my Emmy, I vow to celebrate our wins, be supportive in our losses, and always be there for you. To always sing along with you, have fun with you, and never stop loving you.
Today is the beginning, the rest of our life, and just so lucky to spend it with you and Izzy.
My faith will be made stronger in the presence of my Savior. Whoa, whoa,
And we will, judges, please put in your scores. All right, and this film scored an overall of 84 points. Well done. So this is in the semifinalist range. I'm just going to say a few words about this. Things that I would encourage the filmmaker to consider would be your ambient audio throughout. I found it interesting that that was in at the end of the film. Hearing is believing. And so while the imagery and the story was there, it was great, I needed to hear more of all of that to really feel more like I was in it. I think that would have really made it a big difference to the film overall. Did you have something you wanted?
Just a small comment. Obviously, a very emotional film. I think it was quite well laid out with the story. It left me with a few more questions than answers, such as the little boy. I think there could have been more emphasis on the airport and building that story instead of just going straight into the wedding. I think that was a bit of a missed opportunity, but an emotional story nonetheless.
Those airport noises would have been really good to have in there. I just would have felt more like I was there. Okay, let's move on to the next.
You look beautiful, by the way. I promise to always be a little crazy and to always take risks, to never end up like Mr. and Mrs. Dursley of number 4 Private Drive, who are proud to say they were perfectly normal.
No apologies. I run a life fitness. Can't believe this moment.
I promise most of all, in the immortal words of Dumbledore and Snape, even after all this time, always, I love you.
How do I beat that?
like nobody's business. All day, all night, all day, yeah. We running like a limb band. Never ever leaving this moment. Come with me.
In writing these vows and promises, I want them to be as true now as they will be in 50 years. In that spirit, I acknowledge that we are both deeply imperfect in our own wonderful ways, but I promise to embrace these imperfections as much as humanly possible, even if it means embracing Taylor's 10-minute version all too well. I promise to continue to learn how to love. Yes, this means learning to love your sleeping routine of 1 face mask, 1 small dog, 2 fans, aircon, and 1 litre of water.
I ask the people present, my family and friends, to witness that I, Kate Louise Augustine, take you, Andrew Gustav Duez, to be my lawful husband. Drew, you showed up on my gap year in Surrey when I was least expecting it. Within a couple of weeks, we were by each other's sides every day, and it's been that way for the last 11 years. There are so many things that I love about you. You put 110% effort into everything you do. You love to dream up big ideas and take on crazy adventures. You're a man of integrity who accepts me completely for who I am. And most importantly, you make me laugh like nobody else can. Oh, we're ready. Dad's ready.
Yeah. Let's go.
I promise to continue to not only grow older with you, but to continue to grow with you as the world around us changes.
Tell me all the things you've done for love.
And most importantly, I promise to be your best friend, your wife, your sounding board, and anything else you need me to be.
Every little moment I feel myself sinking deep.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jono.
I'm Ash.
And we're your MCs for this evening.
Hang on. Jono, one thing though.
Yes.
If we're the MCs.
Yes.
But we're also the bride, or like I was a bridesmaid, and I think.
Yeah, I'm on the groom, baby.
Yeah. Well,
I'm on
does
it.
that mean we need an entrance?
Oh, we need a song.
We can make it last all night. I'm never gonna come down from this high.
Everyone, please stand.
And for the very first time, let's welcome Mr. and Mrs. Duet.
making these vows, it wasn't easy. Not because the vows were hard to write, but because I lost my first draft and had to rewrite them. But in life, sometimes the second draft is better than the first. I know this is true for you and me. The first time we met on the plane on our way to Gap, I ignored you. The second time in England, I began to love you. Today I get to marry you.
One of the things that I love most about you is that when you give someone your word, you truly give it your all and go above and beyond. I have no doubt that you will continue with this mindset as we enter this new chapter as husband and wife. I'm so excited for all our future adventures we create together. Love you.
All right, so judges, enter your scores, please. All right, so this film received an overall score of 80. Well done to the entrant. Semi-finalist. Okay, a couple of words from Lacey.
Yeah, this is a beautifully put together video. I think that it could probably be condensed down just a little bit, and there were some issues with the audio coming in that could be leveled out, I think. Also, this isn't specifically for this video, but in general, there's a program out there that will actually remove your flashes from video. So go and have a look on Google for Flash Remover Pro, and you can actually remove the flashes. So free little tip for anyone out there who wants that.
Thank you, Lacey. I would add to this, music choices. Just be really intentional with those music choices, the way that you're using the music. And again, those dips in and out. I would encourage the entrant to really look at where the audio lays along the music track itself. Where can they place the audio so that it makes sense with the music, so that you're not having to dip in and out your levels of the music. And that takes extra time, but it's so worth it, and that's the kind of thing that really brings you into the film. All right, let's move on to the next. Actually, before we do that, we're gonna do a judge swap. So Paul, I'll get you to hop out, and Michael come in. And Michael can be on his phone. So we'll just wait a second. Okay. Okay.
And now, for the moment we've all been waiting for. Yeah. These two need no introduction. Can you please cheer loud for the new Mr. and Mrs. Orange?
Let's go. Gonna keep on doing what I do, yeah. Gonna take it high, gonna take it low. Gonna keep on doing what I do, yeah. Do what I do. Gonna do my thing. Do what I do. Gonna do my thing. Gonna do my thing. Getting down to the nitty gritty. Get to work, getting busy. Keep on hustling. Every day I'm out here doing it. Spectacular, vernacular. The way I do it ain't regular, yeah. Keep keep on hustling. Every day I'm out here doing it. Spectacular, vernacular. The way I do it ain't regular.
Jacques Henry, the Jigsaw, Jigger, Gigasaurus Rex, Ladine, Lassie, the Seedy Demon, Paul Seedsman, Kevin Seedy Demon, Zlatan Demon Brohimovic, or just the Demon.
I'm all good. Got a four-leaf clover.
Congratulations on marrying the woman of your dreams.
Can it be that you're here with me? Let's start writing our own history.
Now Chrissy, being the extremely organised person that she is, loves to write lists when planning things. Like when we got sent the run sheet for the day before the wedding, and we were told we had to be in bed by 9 p.m, with a smiley face next to it.
You've got me running in circles. I don't ever want to slow down. Let's just keep spinning, spinning, spinning. Just keep going round, going round. You've got me running in circles.
We cannot wait to see your life evolve over the years to come. So if you can all raise your glasses.
To Mr. and Mrs. Hines.
She has never been happier than when she is with Jack, and we're glad the odds were with her. The journey of life is full of joys and challenges. It is a blessing and a privilege if you can share it with a soulmate.
Carry with me a part of us.
We are thrilled that Jack and Christina have found each other and committed to each other for the great journey ahead. Thank you.
Like with all great love stories, Jack and Chrissy have been on a journey to get to this day. It's been a love years in the making, with lots of laughs and, like all great love stories, the occasional tears. But it's a love that's persisted, even in tough times, because Jack and Chrissy never gave up on one another. And that's why we're all here, because Jack and Chrissy knew that no one else would do. You are my brother by a twist of sheer luck, but you are my best mate by choice. It's an honour to be your best man.
The moments I love most with you are not the biggest or the grandest, but the small everyday moments, like getting a coffee at Tony's, making dinner on a weeknight, going to the servo for an ice cream after dinner, chatting before we fall asleep, or driving down to Lonnie on a Friday after work.
This is the place we're all hiding.
The first time we danced together nearly 10 years ago, you made me feel so special. And perhaps looking back now, I think it really was love at first sight.
And Jack, you may now kiss the bride.
Love is happiness. I promise to make your happiness my sole drive in life. You've been the light in my life since we met, and I promise to be that light for you, even in times when all else is dark. I will do whatever it takes to make you happy, Chrissy. I love nothing more in this world than seeing you happy, and that's all I want to see for the rest of my life.
I love you so much, and I can't wait to continue to share our life together.
Thank you, judges. This film received an overall score of 87, semi-finalists, well done. Okay, so can I just get a quick comment from Michael?
Great film. Started off really well, hit really hard, and I was like, this is really good. Like coming in really strong. I feel like it fell off a little bit, just as Courtney was saying before about the ambience. Needed a little bit more like. It was all uplifting, and everyone's cheering. I kind of wanted to get in there and hear it as well. So just moving forward in your films, just make sure you add in ambience sounds as well, because I feel like you had really strong cuts to the music. So great start. For me, I suppose during the middle of the film, it seemed like it moved away from storytelling. I feel like there was less dialogue, or there's less storytelling in it, and it became more like a highlight film with no storytelling. So, but man, you came in strong at the end. So, really loved the ending. So, really strong start, really strong finish. Just work on the middle, and maybe look at reducing the length of the film and just getting a really good quality story.
Great comments from Michael. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next film. Michael. Okay. All right, this film received an overall score of 76, which is in that commended range. Can I just get a couple of words from Tim of what could have made this stronger?
Sure. It was quite fast moving, lots of black and white, lots of colour mixed in, which is quite nice. Camera movements were beautifully shot. Love the handheld movement. The ending was quite abrupt, and it felt like it was very difficult to really understand a story. It was just too quick. The music was nice, but didn't necessarily match the cuts as well as I thought it could to really tell a bit more of a story.
Great, thank you. Intention is everything, right? So that's really key to consider as you are editing your film for the awards. Okay, let's move on to the next one.
Jess, the day has finally come. We're doing this. We're getting married. Today, I make the world's most beautiful woman my wife. Today, you make me the happiest man in the world. Oh no. I hope today is everything you have been dreaming of and more. Love, Yanni.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this wonderful occasion. Today we are blessed to have family and friends from around the world. Jess, you truly are a gift. And a big thank you must also go to Rocky and Debbie for the wonderful and gorgeous bride that she is.
Jess, you look absolutely stunning. I don't know what it is. I'm not used to seeing you in a dress because you're normally wearing the pants.
Congratulations for this moment. We acclaim you, crown you as a community and as a family. May God bless your common life together.
She often loves to tell people that she ignited the fire between us. It was at the Crown Casino where we shared a pizza and an espresso in true Italian style. It wasn't long before I was asking Jess to be my girlfriend down at the Botanical Gardens. Enter a COVID lockdown. Jess was in Melbourne and I was in Sydney. With the border shut, we were left to come up with a master plan. Jess would attempt to drive from Melbourne to Sydney, while I, in real James Bond style, risked my life on a 10-seater propeller plane to Wagga Wagga. Some may say in this story, I'm the true hero. Thankfully, Jess made it through the border and the rest is history. Jess, 3 years on and you still take my breath away, like the first day we met. It's very important to end this speech with a short but famous quote from my hero. Evviva and parte.
Please make welcome for the first time as husband and wife, the new Mr. and Mrs. Baracus.
All right. Judges, please enter your score for this film. All right, this film scored an overall 86, semi-finalist. Well done. Well deserved. Tim, couple of words?
Beautiful, beautiful film. Love the energy, love the emotion, the level of detail in your intention to film and shoot using a handheld approach. I think that worked quite well. I would have liked to have seen a little bit smoother transitions between songs, going through segment to segment. I think that that segment in the church was outstanding. I think that was probably the highlight of the film, but well done.
All right, great. Thank you, Tim. Let's move on to the next film.
I will never forget our first date. Boy, did I catfish you. Along came this amazingly beautiful blonde girl, all dressed up. You were so elegant, while I was the world's biggest hobo. Yet we absolutely hit it off. I'd met the person who was all I needed.
Okay, judges, enter your score. Has everybody, everybody's submitted. Okay. And this entry received an overall score of 82, semi-finalist, right? Well done. Well done. Okay, a couple of words from, I'll get Bruce, please.
Don't want a challenge? There is a challenge there.
Oh, there's a challenge.
No? Okay.
Does anybody want to, who would be the challenger?
Oh, there isn't. No, it's full. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm tired.
That's okay, Bruce.
All right. I really liked it. It felt well put together. It shot well. Some lovely locations. Everything worked really well. I even liked that the music finishes unabruptly, which is nice. But I didn't see any of her story.
Okay. All right. Well, I think I would add to that. I felt like it was a well-told story within this short amount of time. So I think that that can be a really tricky thing to do, to create a story within this short amount of time for a film. And I actually think that they did a great job of providing just enough audio, just enough visual imagery of what was happening at the moment that really paired nicely with that. And so I did feel like there was a beginning and a middle and an end.
Yeah, for such a short time, I agree.
In that, yeah, absolutely. So well done. I think, you know, obviously it is such a short film. So just some things to work on for me would be some of the technical sides, some of the highlights blown out just a little bit, but overall, like really, really solid, very solid work. Okay, let's move on. Yeah, we'll just... Judges, please enter your scores. Paul, are you on your phone or Lacey's? She's gone. Okay. Can you use your phone?
Hang on, just give me 2 seconds. Can I do Face ID doesn't work for me. Okay. You want to refresh?
Just refresh. Thanks. Okay, just waiting on Michael. Oh, we've got, no, never mind. Okay. So this film received an overall score of 86. Well done to the entry, semi-finalists. Well done. A couple of words from Bruce, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, nicely put together. I like the combination of the colour and black and white in this instance. I think it looked really lovely, and that I think the biggest thing that pulled me out of it is in the wedding bit, actually in the church. Skin tones were all over the shop and really garish, and like it's like in reality it's the crux of the whole thing we're doing here. So make sure you get that right. Everything else looked great, so I don't know why you would have chosen to keep that in colour if you were using black and white in times if you couldn't control those skin tones. So yeah, that's probably my better feedback.
Okay, all right. Do we have an option to challenge?
You can challenge.
Who can? So we've got 91, and the overall score is okay. Okay. All right. So what we'll do is we'll just get Michael to say a few words. You're on the higher end, so tell us what was great about this film.
I suppose the differential between a lot of those shorter ones that we've seen so far that don't necessarily have like that strong story vocally, but I feel like visually a lot of the compositions were really impressive. Like there are a lot of shots in there that were very considered. Yes, I agree with the skin tones and stuff, but shooting in churches is like sometimes the worst. So if you just put into consideration composition and the storytelling through composition rather than being too critical on the colours, obviously that's a factor in the judging, but I feel like they were able to tell a good story through composition, and I think that's quite impressive for a shorter film. Without dialogue, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Do we move to the next one? I don't know. Okay. All right, so we'll move on to the next one.
So, quick feedback, we get a challenge straight away. Otherwise you lose the opportunity.
They're new judges, so yeah, we're still...
So, yeah, but important feedback.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. So, if for an opportunity in future, so if you're anything 5 points above, you can opt to challenge. So, which would then move it could move it up a category in terms of. It doesn't now just because Bruce commented, but I did say to Bruce to speak first, so that was on me. Okay. Okay.
Daniel's love story first began in 2018. Just two 25-year-olds who happened to reconnect again after knowing each other 6 years ago. They've been together for 5 years now and have created many memories. They've supported one another through the ups and the downs. They've brought out the best in each other. They're grateful to have each other, and they're especially grateful to be officiating their love today, surrounded by their favourite people in all of the world.
I too could go on about all of Emily's wonderful qualities. She's thoughtful, caring and nurturing. She's smart, generous and resilient. On top of all this, she always manages to look absolutely stunning, and no more so than tonight.
Beautiful, darling.
Daniel, perseverance is something I admire in you. I also admire that you'd finally learned to cook more than eggs. You've got nothing on Em, but you've come a long way. Folks, this is the boy who asked me if I made tea by putting a mug of water with a tea bag in the microwave. Thank you for always being honest, sometimes to a fault, and making me laugh for all these years.
Daniel, now that you're married, Emily is always right. You are always wrong.
Emily,
Walking beside you today was an honour. I couldn't have asked for anyone more perfect to marry my boy. And you have in Daniel everything you deserve. You have overcome so much in your life. I'm so thankful you have supportive, understanding women on your side.
The Bridge Across Forever by Richard Bach. A soulmate is someone who has locks that fit our keys and keys to fit our locks. When we feel safe enough to open the locks, our truest selves step out and we can be completely and honestly who we are. Our soulmate is the one who makes life come to life.
To all of my friends here tonight, thank you for the role you have played in my life. You have supported me through the years, helped me through some very tough times. I love and appreciate you all more than you know.
You may kiss your wife, yes! Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. and Mrs. Archuli, yes! They did it!
Firstly, my wife and I. I'll definitely have to get used to that one. We feel extremely lucky to be sharing this occasion with you all. I'd like you all to raise your glasses of limoncello.
To my handsome husband, Daniel.
And my beautiful wife, Emily.
Judges, please enter your score. Here's in, Michael. Okay, the overall score for this entry is 86 semi-finalists. Well done. Okay, could I get a comment from one of the judges, please?
I'm going to put it in her face because she's drinking.
Yeah, thank you. Lacey?
Congratulations to the videographer on such a well-executed film. I am sitting on the lower end now. I see I was probably a little harsher than what I should have been. I think some of the things for me that held it back was there was some audio issues with moving in and out from scene to scene. Specifically, one that stuck out was one of the, I think it was the mum was speaking, and the music just felt a little off, like it didn't quite fit with what was happening. Other than that, as I said, congratulations to the videographer. Beautiful image. Whites were controlled quite well, which I appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Do we ready for them? We'll go to another judge to. Okay, for the next one. Okay, so this entry scored an 86. Thank you to the entrant. Well done. Saving the semi-finals. All right, so what we've decided to do for one of our films is we are going to go through the process of the challenge review for that last film. So not the one that we just watched, but the one before that. We are going to get you to watch it through all the way. Michael, you're going to keep your score as it is. The rest of you are going to write your score on a piece of paper, okay? After we watch the film through again, then you will write down your score, and then we'll have further discussion. Okay. You can go. Are you back? Were you?
If you want the same.
Yes, please walk back to the, yeah. And in fact, what I just said, I want you to watch the film first, hold on your scores. We'll discuss. You don't need to put your score down from the last time, okay? So let's discuss first, because we're treating this as a challenge, but because it's not an image, I want you to see the video again, right? So we'll watch the video through. Your score stays the same. We'll discuss it. You can do the score. So we're treating it as a challenge. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do the scoring by paper, not
Do the scoring by paper. I'll give you your original scores. Is that meant to be Paul?
Thank you.
Yeah, just wait a second, please. Oh, you don't need it. I know, we're getting you a paper, just a second. Oh, I need Paul's to give to Paul. Thank you. Ready? All right. So before you enter anything, or before you write anything down, Michael, I would like for you to just give a few more comments about this film,
For sure.
please.
I just like to further expand on the composition. Like, often shooting.
Speak a little louder, please.
Oh, sorry. So often when you're shooting weddings, it's quite hard to frame things in the way that comes across, artistic or good composition, because often it's like you get into that videography mind where you just want to make sure you capture everything. But the videographer was able to do both successfully and compose things where it's very thought through and framed quite well. There's always, like, there was always something in foreground, midground, and background as well. And yeah, a lot of the composition told a lot of the story. Often, once again, it's hard to tell a story without vocals, but they did a very good job through composition, especially coming out to that dancing scene as well. There were some really like elegant shots in there. Yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
Just to consider.
Thank you. Okay, so would I be able to get a comment from either Paul or Bruce, please?
I totally get where you're coming from. Yeah, it's shot for the most part very lovely. I do stand by the comments about the skin tone in the actual in the church scene, particularly when you've opted to use black and white and other things. But I also understand that you want to do the contrast back and forth. Putting that to the side, I really enjoyed how this was put together. And the other thing that was interesting, and I only picked it up on this second time viewing, which is nice that it was short, is the sound design. Adding those really subtle elements in there, I thought was done really well. So I'll definitely be coming up, but I do want to say to the creator that really watch your skin tones, because it's a make or break thing for a lot of the time.
Thank you, Bruce. Right of reply from Michael.
Just comparing it to what we've seen as well so far from other contestants or applicants that have done similar style in regards to no vocal story. 100% agree with you on the skin tone thing. There's no taking that away, and it's great feedback for the videographer moving forward. But I feel like it would be unfair to mark it down based on an uncontrolled environment like a church. Obviously, they had a creative decision to, maybe just put it all in black and white, and maybe it kind of just went over their head, and feedback like this will definitely help them going forward. So I would just ask you to consider maybe it's a learning curve for them, and maybe look at, once again, their strength in this film, which is the composition.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your feedback, everyone. So what we'll do now is go ahead and rescore. If you could write your score on your piece of paper, and then I will take that. This is it. This is the last one. So we're just going to, wait just a second. Hold on with me, guys, we're almost done. Last one. You can get up and stretch, and you're gonna eat and all of the things. This is our last one. All right, thank you for waiting, for your patience. This film received a score of 89. Well done. Okay, so that means this film will go into review at the end. And so thank you guys so much for listening in. We are going to take a short break for lunch, and we'll be back with you shortly. Thank you.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographique is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographique is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Fine, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographique is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest DMAX ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographique is a great choice.
Introducing ISO ColorEdge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColorEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColorEdge for their image creation. ISO ColorEdge. Discover living, breathing color.
Canson Baryta Photographique is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographique is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. That was me when I first started. Hey Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Fine, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographique is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographique is a great choice.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. ColourEdge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your colour workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO ColourEdge for their image creation. ISO ColourEdge. Discover living, breathing colour.
Canson Barreda Photographique is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Barreda prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Barreda differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Barreda does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Barreda its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Barreda Photographique is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realise getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. Yeah, I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts. keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Fine, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographique is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest DMAX ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographique is a great choice.
Hello and welcome back everybody to the Australian Videography Prize. We are about to head into the family category. This category is sponsored by Filming Life. My name is Courtney Holmes. I'm actually the founder of Filming Life, and I will be your host for this category. A few housekeeping guidelines: bathrooms through that way. Please ensure your phone is on silent or do not disturb. Our judging panel for this category consists of, I'll get you guys to just say your names, please.
Hello, I'm Lacey Barrett.
I'm Bruce Moyle.
I am Timothy Blackatar.
Michael Ribbons.
Okay. Thank you so much, judges. Okay. We are looking at family videography. So the submissions in this category must focus on one or more humans and or their pets. The video should emphasize the subject's unique character, connection, love, or story. Hello and welcome to the Australian Videography Prize. My name is Courtney Holmes and I will be your panel mentor for this session. This category is sponsored by Filming Life. A few housekeeping guidelines: bathrooms are through that door back there. Please ensure your phone is on silent or do not disturb. Our judging panel consists of
Lacey Barrett,
Bruce Moyle,
Tim Blackatar,
Michael Ribbons.
Okay, and in this family videography category, the submissions must focus on one or more humans and or their pets. The video should emphasize the subject's unique character, connection, love, or story. The subjects may be individuals or family members, such as parents, children, grandparents, or friends. Still images are allowed as long as the still images make up less than 5% of the total length of the video. All right, and we will start with our first video.
You know that saying, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Higher and higher. Well, you guys could do that real well.
Legs together. Oh yeah, good job. That saying is comfort to my heart. Because noticing what changes calls attention also to what has remained constant. So when life's changes feel overwhelming, I can rest in the enduring things.
Have a nice day. Be good.
Please enter your score. Okay, this film received an overall score of 86. Well done. This is semi-finalists. Okay, so Michael, you are on 92, which you have the option here.
Okay, so I haven't watched anything like this before.
Yes, so you have
Am I
the option
challenging?
to challenge this,
Okay.
which will so you can provide
Yep.
your comments. It just
Yep.
you got to let us know if you're challenging or not.
I would challenge.
You'll challenge, okay?
Yeah. I'm challenging due to the fact that I find it very impressive that they're purely getting most of their material from footage that's been shot by obviously other people, but being able to like match a lot of those shots across a time period. It tells like a deeper story to the very opening line, which talks about, you know, the more things change, they don't change. And we saw that kind of play throughout the film, that, you know, through generations, the same actions and the same things in life are occurring. And it's just really impressive with the build up of the music and the emotions. It's obviously harder to get like a connection to the people because we don't know them. But for anyone that knows the people in a film like this, it would be so deep and meaningful for them. So I kind of put myself in those shoes. That was the experience I had from it. To get it to the next, oh wait, no, we're challenging now.
Yes, so you provide your feedback why you think it should be scored the way that you scored it.
I feel like it should be scored higher based on just being able to match a lot of that footage, as well as building that big story from a basic line, that first opening line. If you keep referring back to that line, I feel like if you watch this again, you'll actually pick up a lot more things as well. So yeah, that's
okay.
fine.
We had 2 people on 83, so we head to the next 3.
Usually go to the lowest.
Go to the right, yeah. So who do we have? Yeah. Tim, go ahead.
For me, I suppose I was looking for more of a connection between the past and present with the characters. But listening to Michael's comments, I think I might have missed the narrative in that aspect.
Just keep your mind close. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Bruce.
I totally get where you're coming from, Michael. That it definitely is there, and it has that generational feel to it, which is lovely. My biggest problem was, particularly on the more modern stuff, where it had a lot of crowd and stuff in it. I didn't know who was family or anything like that. I couldn't connect in that way. But I do take your point in fitting into the family shoes and watching it from that way, where you would recognise people. Then there's definitely more of an emotive storytelling there.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback. Right of reply from Michael.
So I would like to expand on that point you made as well, like just the woman there, you know, putting the clothes up on the clothesline. We didn't know who that was. It could have been a random. There could have been a story behind that story of putting up, because right as she was walking off, she kind of looked like a bit down or a bit sad. We don't know that there could have been hidden stories beyond what we see. Like she could have had, you know, maybe she was going through a cancer, or, you know, just lost a husband. Like, we don't know these other stories, and these little moments will mean a lot more to others. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. And I want to just add to that. It's really important For any entry, when you're considering your edit, to think about the viewer and assume that they don't know who these people are. And it's really important to still, although I agree with your points on how just emotionally impactful that would be, I think it's really important that that still has to connect to a viewer who's never seen it before. And so do your best to really work on those things, and that's gonna really strengthen it and push that up further. I agree wholeheartedly on the strength of the overall feeling of the film and what that means from a generational point of view. And I think that we've had some really great feedback, great comments. Thank you guys. So we will go ahead and rescore. Just leaving yours on the same one, please, Michael. Score the same. Yeah, score. Okay, this film received an overall score of 87. Well done to the entry. Strong semi-finalist. Okay, we'll go to the next film. Actually, before we do that, we're gonna just hop Lacey off to swap out. We'll do a quick little judge swap. That's okay. No, you keep yours.
As soon as the video's played, I can't document until.
Yeah, I was already logged in there. If you want to.
Okay, all right. So, shall we start the video?
Hey, I won't make it into work later today.
This works for baby, and I got the other one. I got the meat one.
Well, I might be in labor.
Yes, I
so.
do. I just haven't got it. I'm gonna go grab one.
Happy baby.
No, I feel like I'm gonna throw up, kinda. No, this is not how it's supposed to happen! The baby is coming out butt first. I can't! This is really hard. Seriously, I can't fucking do this. I need something. Oh, it burns so bad. Burning! Oh, come back, please. No, I can't do this. Oh, let me go, Mom. She's coming. We
have a baby coming on. Check and call.
Oh, it's a boy. Oh, my love. Oh, I love you. Oh, my God. Hi there, honey. Hi, Papa. Hi, Papa. Here's your daddy. Oh, my God, I can't believe it.
Well, the bathroom floor wasn't the plan.
She came in the bathroom. Baby. Yeah. I know, that was so tough. You did a good job.
Okay. Judges, please enter your score. May need to refresh. Okay, and this film scored an overall 87. Well done. Okay. Any comments from anybody want to volunteer to start? Okay, Paul.
Yeah, commentary. Yeah, what a wonderful way to use sound. What a wonderful way to give equality to all sort of different voices and parts of the process and different cultures and sort of spaces. Sort of had equal attention. I was trying to decide what the silence at the end was in terms of what it was indicating. That left a question for me rather than an answer. And I felt like I didn't necessarily need the words at the end to remind me what was there, because I was quite present to that. But yeah, really beautifully done. Very thoughtful.
Yeah, great feedback. Thank you so much, Paul. Okay, let's move to the next one. Yes, please.
I look at you, my family, my greatest loves and proudest accomplishment in life, and the word eternal ripples in my mind. Our hearts are entwined and our love has no boundaries, no end. No matter what, our hearts and souls will live on in each other for all of eternity.
Never said no to a party, never started saving money, but everything is different since you've been around.
Family really is everything, and how blessed we are to have us. Together, we can achieve great things.
It's a million things about you, and I don't know what it is, but I have never known a love like this.
May we always feel the gratitude and grace we feel now, and forever celebrate life together with the precious people that surround us.
Never used to get excited, to sit here in the silence, holding on to something the way I'm holding you. Didn't used to know how fast time walks and runs and flies by. Never thought I'd feel so deeply, but damn I do. It's the way you're smiling at me, it's in the way you hold my hand. It's the way I've watched you change me from a boy into a man. It's a million things about you, and I don't know what it is, but I've never known a love like this. It's funny how everything I dreamed about starts to seem so empty without you. It's the way you're smiling at me, it's in the way you hold my hand. It's the way I've watched you change me from a boy into a man. It's a million things about you, and I don't know what it is, but I've never known a love like this. I've never known a love like this.
Now, let's hold each other close and embrace that feeling that we will always be part of each other. Even if you can't see me, I'll be there because I'm part of you and you're part of me.
Okay, judges, could you please enter your scores? Everyone entered? All right, this film received an overall score of 89. Well done. Okay. Bruce, would you like to give a comment?
Beautiful, emotional film. It's hard when you're, I'm getting teary. When you're dealing with life and death and things like that. So I think this is a beautiful treasure for the family, and if I was in that situation again, or if I was in that situation, I think the things I would look at just for some feedback is how to emote the story a little bit more connective to the narrative. Like, it's beautiful that you've got all these shots of the children and her and that, but you don't want to interrupt their day, but you also want to be mindful of what you're trying to tell in a more succinct way, maybe. And just the other thing is, if there's an issue in the shot, like there is a reflection of you in one of the shots, maybe look for something else to put there.
Yeah, great feedback. Michael?
Yeah, just really well put together. For me, the most powerful section was at the end, where they just used this small moment and just used silence, and that silence was killing, especially like once they added more information, it just kept you in that state of silence, of like almost like disbelief. Like, and for us creatives, like putting something together and putting so much love into a project, to even know that person never saw it is also heartbreaking enough. But yeah, just to elaborate on the story, they're really relying on the song a lot to tell the story, and I feel like adding another thing about, going back and about family is hearing the voices, the children's laughter while they're playing. I feel like that would elevate it to the next level. So yeah, moving forward, definitely consider that, or even just more personal stories as well that could be intertwined within the song, because it's a beautiful song.
Absolutely, yeah, totally agree on all of those comments. I never felt a love like this. You kept hearing that repeated and repeated, which is such a great theme to consistently tell throughout this. Obviously, this is what she wants to say to her children. I think I agree with that. The extra audio in there would have really elevated it. Okay, let's move on to... Yeah, okay.
Really beautiful, powerful piece. What I feel like I wanted it to finish on visually was all of them together, not just a couple. Okay. And I feel like that would have really tied the whole thing together.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Paul.
My dear Zoe Luna, I want you to know that life is unpredictable. The best laid plans of mice and men often go awry, but that's what makes life worth living. There are lessons to be learnt and joys to behold when you embrace the mess and surrender. I think you showed me that.
Oh, do you feel the rocks under your toes?
Yeah. No.
You came to me in a dream over 5 years ago. I remember cradling you close to my chest, looking into your eyes, and knowing that you were my Zoe. I woke up in tears, devastated that it was only a dream and that my arms were empty.
Are you okay?
I've heard the wise women say that each child teaches their mother how they need to be raised and nurtured through the story of their birth. If that's true, then you taught me trust. To trust my intuition, act on it, and trust it even deeper. To trust that you will do things in your own time and in your own way, and that it will be okay. In the terrifying moments, you taught me that my feminine power makes me stronger than I can imagine. When you finally emerged Earthside, I realized that all you really need is me. And I've got nothing to prove to anyone.
Is that it? Is that it?
You teach me how to be your mama every day. My dear Zoe Luna, I'm so glad you're here.
You don't like this, baby?
I'm proud and nervous, and joyful and scared and grateful. And I'm thinking of all the things that I want to get right as your mama. Most of all, I want you to know that I love you. To the moon and back. I've loved you for a very long time.
Okay, judges, please put in your score. All right, we have a final score of 85, right there in the semi-finalist range. Well done. Very well done. We have an optional challenge. Who's on 92? Michael. Okay, so Michael, do you want to challenge this or? No. Okay. All right, we're going to leave the scores as is.
Can I make a comment?
Make a comment?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. So, yeah, fantastic film. For me personally, to elevate it to the next level, I feel like there were some shots that felt disconnected in a way because it seemed a little bit more posy and more set up. The sections that were more connecting and were probably more of the handheld shots rather than some of the drone stuff. Drone's cool and all, but I feel like it really detached. It was a good setup shot where they are, but yeah, I feel like using some of those drone shots or the gimbal shots felt a little bit disengaging from the story that was being told, and a lot of the beautiful handheld stuff that was used at the end during the birth, the transition from obviously what they planned to be like a nice easy water birth turned into having to go to the hospital and give birth there as well. So it had a bit of a dramatic twist, like, oh wow, like is she all right? Like, what's going to happen? So yeah, but it had this like kind of peaceful, graceful finish. Like there was this question like, yeah, is this going to go bad? And then it was more of like, good, everything went well. So yeah, great film, but yeah, just be cautious of gimbals and drones because sometimes they can take away from the story.
Right, and I'll add to that. Our job as the storyteller is to really immerse and not distract. So every single choice that you make when you are, from every single camera shot, every single piece of equipment that you use, it all should be with intention. And so that intention then translates to your edit as well. So every single edit choice that you make. I found sometimes with the cross dissolves that they pulled me out more than they added to. And so sometimes I think with a cross dissolve, if it's done with intention and where it becomes a double exposure and it makes sense, then yes, but otherwise just do a clean cut, right? So just look at all of those tiny little things. I think the story is there, the concept is there, like it's so well done from that point of view. It's just those little details that would elevate it for sure. So just looking at those things and being really intentional. Why am I doing a drone shot? What is the reason? Is it just for a cool shot, or is this adding to the story? So those are some of the things that you would want to ask yourself as a filmmaker when you are putting together the storyboard for your film and then your final edit as well. Let's go on to the next one.
Oh my god, I'm shaking.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Couldn't get those words out.
I didn't think that was real. He's proposed to me so many times. Like, get up. It's still coming out of me. It has been coming out of me for hours
I gave
now.
up too fast when things were too bad. I will admit that. Why can't we learn to forgive and forget? We had a good thing, no sense in ending. It'd be a damn shame. Why can't we learn to work on what we had? 'Cause all of the things that we never did, yeah, checks on our list. We know that there is only time, and it's working against us. I love you. Oh, baby, I will love you more. I love you.
You're lying, it's just here. Oh,
baby,
yes it is. Oh. This is delicious. Yeah, because his heartbeat's just a bit all over the place. So they just want to test his blood, but he's in normal levels and happy. not gonna be a 21, baby. It's gonna be 22. Better fucking be 22.
When I saw you in the morning light, I just held my breath. And it goes with a little time.
Not that little. Oh my god!
We were choosing our
Not 18.
Was it target worth the Was it worth the sacrifice?
Come on, big fella. Oh, I know. Well done, you two. What a team.
It's a massacre.
Julie's. Do you see it? Look what I did.
It is.
Oh my god.
It is a massacre, isn't it? It's not some of the photos.
Sometimes I wanna go.
Oh, you are chunky. Oh, I'm sorry. Get out.
Okay. Judges, please enter your scores. Okay. This film received a score of 82. Well done. All right, so let's get a comment from Bruce, please.
Sure. Nice little video showing the birth story. I am the lowest scorer here, and the reason why is lots of technical things which could have been handled a lot better, and that is relying on autofocus with sharp transitions. When the birth actually happens and it's the baby put on the chest, it's all on dad, and then the background, it flicks back and forth, doesn't go to the mum or the bub at all. There's lots of little missed opportunities, so learn your gear, because you should be in the moment and not relying on the gear to try and tell a story for you. You need to tell a story.
Okay, all right, some good comments. Let's head over to, actually Tim, we haven't heard from Tim in a while. Let's go, Tim.
I'm one of the higher scorers of this. I think this is a beautiful film. It's a beautiful heirloom for this family as well. I think in the perspective of looking back at this, yes, there were some technical errors in some aspects, but in terms of the way the story is told from start to finish, I feel like the storytelling ability really brought me in, and it was quite captivating, hence a high score.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Michael, did you want to say a couple of things?
Yeah. Just to elevate your films further, communication with photographers as well is also something you might consider. Like, they were essentially using laser and flash in such an amazing moment that it almost felt like they were it was paparazzi right there. So maybe even communicating with who you're working with in your environment to try and get the best product, and just seeing how you can work together to make such a special moment and such a raw moment as pure as possible without engaging in flashing up the whole place.
Okay, great feedback. Thank you so much.
5 seconds.
Okay.
Just to finish, there was a little bit more room to give a bit of poise and revere. It was a bit rushed and less considered than it could have been, and that would have lifted it up. I was already a semi-finalist.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will do a quick judge swap. So can I just get Lacey back on? Anybody want to volunteer? Okay, Michael? Just wait just a second. Okay.
My darling Natalie. On the afternoon of the 22nd of August 2014, you were passed to me on the operating table with your eyes wide open and just a tea cozy on your head. That afternoon, the sun filled up my heart, and I knew without a doubt that I had been blessed with a miracle. Here you are today, about to turn 2, and I look at you and I wonder what I ever did to deserve such a beautiful soul to be forever in my life. And I just want you to know that today you look really beautiful and that every day your beauty just completely overwhelms me. Remember how much I love you, how you changed my life, how you blessed me with your presence in my life. You've made me a better human being. You challenge me, frustrate me, make me laugh and make me cry. I had accepted a life without you, and only then did you consider me worthy. I love you so much, and I hope that your life completely exceeds your expectations.
Okay, judges, could you please enter your scores? Thank you, judges. All right, so this film received a score of 76, which is in the commended range. Well done to the entry. I'll start with just a few comments on this. When you are creating a story about a mother and child, think about what it is that you want that, obviously this mother was very emotional. She had a story, the story was there. Think about what you want that child to see 20, 30, 40 years from now. And so I probably would encourage you to really think about that when you're deciding what visual elements are going into your edit and you're telling your story. And thinking about what is it, does the daughter, like we're focused on the connection of the daughter and the mother, and less so maybe about the mother getting ready. And so I would just encourage you to really think with intention about what clips you're choosing to add in, and as much connection as you can foster between that parent and child. And you have a lot of opportunity there to speak to them about that and encourage that between them. So I'd really encourage you to think about that when you're choosing what shots you're including in your film. Any additional feedback from the judges here? All right, we'll grab you the mic, Lacey.
Yeah, what kept this out of semi-finalist for me was there were some coloring issues, specifically in the skin tones. So I'd really encourage the videographer to compare their clips against each other to make sure we're getting some really good consistent coloring. And there was some exposure that could be played with possibly in post, if not in camera, to bring back in some of those highlights so we can see all the beautiful, juicy details of that baby.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that feedback. All right, so that is our final film for this. So we're going to take a quick break. Thank you to everyone who submitted their entries for the family category. We will see you back for the next category in 5 minutes. Okay? Thank you.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Coleridge. Discover living, breathing colour.
Canson Baryta Photographique is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from Platine Fiber Rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas Platine Fiber Rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographique is definitely one to consider.
The one thing I didn't realize getting into this career was how much time you'd have to spend at your desk. Emails, client bookings, following up on leads, sending out quotes. This stuff takes time. And I remember the time when everything changed. Hey, Ben. No worries. I'll be there real soon. See you in a sec. Yeah, that was me when I first started. Hey, Sarah, thanks for calling me back. Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Converting inquiries into bookings, sending quotes and contracts, keeping track of all my shoots. It's now all taken care of with Studio Ninja. Beautiful, big smile. With Studio Ninja, I never have to worry about following up on leads, chasing payments, or missing shoots. Fine, beautiful. As I said, I'm a photographer, not an administrator. So if you want to spend more time doing what you love, let Studio Ninja help.
If you're looking for the smoothest matte paper that CanSign Infinity offers, then Rag Photographique is it. It has virtually no texture whatsoever with a silky, smooth finish. It's a 100% cotton rag paper. It's available in several weights, including a dual version, which means you can print on both sides of the paper, and that's great for things like portfolios, art books, or other creative uses. It has one of the highest Dmax ratings of any matte paper on the market. That's a measurement of black density. And so it has great contrast, really nice color, and crisp detail. And it's a paper that works well on a variety of images, landscapes, nature, black and white, portraits, really any image where you want a paper that has a really nice, smooth finish. And so if that's the kind of paper you're looking for, Rag Photographique is a great choice.
Hello and welcome back to the Australian Videography Prize. We are now in the creative category, which is sponsored by MusicBed. Huge thank you to MusicBed. All right, so we are going to go ahead and get started with the first film. Okay, judges, please enter your scores. As our judges are entering their scores, I'm just going to read out the creative videography category rules. So let your imagination go wild with entries in the creative videography category. This could be through the unusual or creative combination of subjects, textures, colors, viewpoints, and video capture effects, or through creative post-production special effects. Still images are allowed as long as the still image makes up less than 5% of the total length of the video. All right, everybody has entered their scores. Thank you, judges. Okay, and this film received a score of 65. Well done to the entrant. Yeah, Bruce, would you like to comment?
As a tonal idea, like I think it's really interesting, and the sound design using the wind and that. I think the reason why this is not as successful as it could be is it doesn't journey anywhere. Visually, it sort of stays the same all the way through, and in this context where we don't get a summary or anything to indicate what it is apart from that title at the beginning, it's not a successful piece in that respect. So think about it, even if you don't have, I've forgotten the word, what they put on the walls, the plaque, in an art gallery to help you give you that bit of context. I think you need to think about the viewer a little bit more to give them something else to hook onto.
Great feedback. Thank you, Bruce. Let's go to the next one.
Our pools are beautiful to look at, so I feel like they're a real feature in someone's garden. But they're also family-friendly, exciting, fun, they're cool. Good for all ages, basically. But I mean, kids love pools, and our pools suit kids, so that's why our pools are the best. I've been doing pools for close to 20 years. My own company would be about 6 to 8 years old. Yeah, we're Sunny Coast boys. We like to stay around the Sunshine Coast, so we'll go as far as Gympie and North Brizzy. Our boys are the best. To look at them, they're pretty rough around the edges. We've got such an array of characters. I think that's half the appeal of our company when we come in and do a job for you guys. We bring an entertainment value as well, a lot of personality, but my boys aim to please, and I get such good reports back from all my clients on our customer service and our boys. I love the beach entry. I think they are really important, and I feel like a pool without a beach entry is you're just missing out. The more shallow areas you can get in a pool, the warmer your pool's going to be. The warmer your pool is, the longer you can swim in it through the year. Our only limitation is your imagination. I'm Ben, and I build shit-hot, amazing pools.
Okay, judges, please enter your scores. Everyone entered? Okay, this entry received an overall score of 73. Could I get a, oh wow, there's a automatic challenge here. Okay, who was on 84? Lacey. Go ahead, Lacey.
This is such a fun and enthusiastic video that we have here, and I think it's been put together very well. I think it tells a story, and like, I want a pool. And I live in Melbourne, and I want a pool after watching this. So I think that they've done their job. They've sold us on what it is that they're doing. And I feel like I know these guys as well. So, you know, they're fun. They are chilling out in your backyard building pools. But their personalities have shown through in this ad as well. And so I've been taken on multiple layers of a journey here through what the company is doing, and then another layer of who the people are in the company, and then another layer of what they're providing for the families. And so because of this multi-layered experience that we're taking on, I think we can get a few more points for the videographer. So,
okay. Thank you, Lacey. So comment from Paul? Just a quick comment.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's successful from a commercial point of view in terms of those 3 layers and well seen on the 3 levels. I think from a creative point of view, which is a category that we're judging, there's not really a sense of innovation or originality or progression in terms of the way it's been filmed or the style or the technique that shows the kind of originality I'm probably looking for in this context.
Okay, thank you. Right of reply?
Thanks for that, Paul. I appreciate that. I'm still hoping to get a few more points for the videographer.
Awesome.
So,
thank you, Lacey. Okay, I would like you to go ahead and keep your score the same, but you'll need to enter it. What?
On an automatic, you can actually change it.
Oh, you can change your score, Lacey. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Unless it's changed.
All right, so we'll go ahead and rescore. All of them rescore.
Yeah, mine's
Okay, just, yep, you can go now, guys.
All right, thank you.
Okay. The overall score is 78. Thank you, judges, for that. Well done. Okay, moving on to the next film.
I did my apprenticeship as a carpenter with my dad. My dad was a builder for about 35 years. So when I left school, I started as a carpenter as an apprentice, and I worked for him for about 5 years where I learnt my trade, where he built a number of homes and did extensions across the local area. And I learned a lot. We did a lot of traditional carpentry, a lot of stuff we don't see today anymore, a lot of detailed work. But unfortunately my father passed away a few years ago, and from that, as I developed, I decided to start Castlegate because I wanted to start doing my own thing and building homes for clients. I've named Castlegate Homes, in legacy of my dad. And, I carry on those sort of, values and like traditions and, that he instilled in me. Hi, I'm Liam from Castlegate Homes, and I can help you create your dream home. I want every home that Castlegate builds to be tailor-made to the owner's specifications, not to what a designer thinks they should have or the current trends. If they want something that's a little bit outlandish, I'll do it. We're custom build as part of Castlegate Homes that what we offer, no 2 homes are the same. When I grew up, I could go to a friend's house and then I'll go 2 streets over to another friend's house and they'll have an identical home. I don't want to offer that. I want every home to be different. I want it to be custom to each and every single client and family. I build every house like it's my own. But I've got the opportunity to build, multiple houses for many people, and they get to live in them and love them. So that's important. So I build them like they are my own. Like I'm going to live in them with my family and my kids, So that's the way I look at things. And I don't think many other people look at things that way anymore, unfortunately. A site supervisor might look at something and think, what's the easiest way to do this for me or the trade? But I'll look at something and what's going to be the best outcome for the owner. trades and suppliers with staff, and it's down to the little things of, you know, how they present themselves, how they keep the job once they're completed. I don't like to go through trades and suppliers like, you know, they're just another number, just because someone won't see that part of the work, so it doesn't really matter. It's, you know, down to the plumber. The plumber will make sure that he runs his pipes like, you know, parallel to each other, and same with the electrician with their cables. They'll run them neatly, even though that work, you know, gets covered up. It's still important to make sure that's presentable, regardless of whether it's seen or not. So if they do the things that aren't seen properly and they do it nicely and neatly, you can just imagine how well they're going to do something that's seen. We can have the owners on site for maybe the first time once the frame's completed, and they can see everything they've just seen on paper for maybe the last 6 months even, because, you know, it's been in council, the design phase, and it finally, the frame goes up, the guys are finished, the site's clean, they can walk through and we can go through it, and they see the ceiling height, or they see a raked ceiling, or they see the study nook that they've thought about or they've seen on Pinterest or Instagram, and they finally see that in their home. And it's just framework, it's just, you know, timber, but they can visualise, that's where I'm going to be, you know, that's where I'm going to pay the council rates, well, that's where I'm going to cook the Sunday family dinner, or the alfresco area, I'm going to have a big barbecue for all my friends and family. They can see that space, and they're just, you know, they're in awe. The excitement that the owners get, and I get to share that with them and be along the way, is very, yeah, it's emotional. It's really, yeah, well, I'm lucky, I really am.
Okay, judges, enter your score, please. Michael, did you put yours in?
I guess so. I must have closed it.
Okay, yep,
Did it
great,
come through?
thank you. And this film scored an 82. Well done, semi-finalists. Can I just get a quick comment from Bruce, please?
Yeah. Oh, sure. Good little ad. I would shorten it a little bit because it's a bit long to keep people's attention, but you've got some great stuff there. I think my biggest thing to help you is when we're in these positions, we've got to coach our clients to talk to camera, and this guy did exceptionally well, but in your edit, you can take out the verbal tics, the so's, the ums, the yes, and things like that to succinct him. And like, when it's necessary, you can leave those in, but most of those can go.
Yeah, well done, great feedback. Overall, really great emotional edit. Who knew that a video about building homes could be so emotional? I thought that was really well. It was great to find a story within that. It was really well done. All right, let's move on to the next film.
And so when we talk about Pilates and we deal with equipment all the time, we are passionate about what we do because we believe that Pilates can help everybody, and everybody's health and wellness is really important, and so without Pilates we wouldn't be here, so we like to give everybody that gift. We started Pilates Reformers Australia about 10 years ago because our daughter had scoliosis and we were looking for a way to help her, and we came across Pilates and we found the benefits of Pilates for her and then also for ourselves, and we wanted to give that benefits to other people.
I think probably the benefit of dealing with us is our expertise, because we basically started in Pilates into the equipment side and have spent many years in the development of Pilates equipment, testing it and redeveloping and testing and spending hours and sleepless nights thinking about Pilates equipment, living, breathing Pilates equipment. I just think that our range and our expertise kind of sets us above everybody else, I suppose.
the fact that we take care to make sure that each component ticks the boxes that we would want a piece of equipment to have. So when I run it in our studios and when we trial them in our studios, because I'm the certified instructor, I'm like, no, that's not good enough, that's not going to work for these instructors, this is not going to work in the studio setting, let's make changes. And then Adrian goes, yes, I think we can make it work like this. And he comes up with the innovation and the engineering behind it. Everything that we do in our business is born of a need or a demand or an experience that we've come across. The beauty of working with Adrian is that I can then present him with these issues and he innovates and creates and comes up with the solution. We pride ourselves on giving quality customer service here at Pilates Reformers Australia. So you're not just dealing with Adrian and I, you might be dealing with our daughter who gives you her sales experience. You may be dealing with my sister who's talking about the quality of the socks that you might be using. Or our parents, you may be talking with Adrian about the quality of the wipes that are going to be used on your upholstery. Or you may be dealing with other team members who we treat like family.
So when you come to us, we're not only just going to supply you the best possible equipment, the best fit out you can have as far as equipment goes, reformers, chairs, whatever. We're also going to help you with your wipes to give you longevity for your equipment. We're going to help you with your retail as far as your socks, your apparel. We just want to get you off the ground so your success makes our success.
Okay, judges, enter your score, please. Okay, this film scored an 81. Could I get a quick comment from Michael, please?
Really great film. A lot of, I say, traditional shots, commercially speaking, as well as the music selection. Just looking forward and moving forward with your commercial brands, it is about keeping everyone engaged. So try to utilize a lot of those movement shots with your gimbals, get a little bit more experimental with your gimbal movement. And yeah, maybe once again, shortening the product. It's about quality over quantity, especially these days with, Reels and Instagram. You really got to get your message across pretty strong. So yeah, there's a good story in there as well with the family element. So yeah, just a matter of picking what's more important for the brand as well to get the message across.
Great feedback. Thank you so much. Well done, semi-finalists. Well done. Okay, next film, please. Okay, judges, enter your scores, please. Paul, did yours go through? Okay. Okay, and this film score is 79. There is an automatic challenge. And who was on the 90? Does it?
I think anyone can speak.
Anyone, okay.
But you probably want to start with the person who's
I just love the abstractness about the whole thing. And it makes you think as well. I think there was a lot of thought process in the shots as well, and using shutter and playing around with like framing and stuff like is quite complex, but to do it in a way where it's still, you can kind of see the objects and recognize what they are, especially under was really impressive, like with the underwater use and the stingray, and then above with it was kind of weird. It was like I couldn't tell if it was taking multiple photos and tracking like the birds and their paths. So from just abstract and the category of creative, it's definitely hitting the mark for me.
Okay, great. Very thought-provoking, isn't it? Do we go to another person? That's it? Okay.
I can give a comment.
It's an automatic challenge.
I agree with you, Michael. I was a bit harsh on it. I'll come up, definitely. Yeah, and I like that it's silent. It really just keeps you engaged with the images. And I like the fact that the what looks like bird paths in the beginning of the film and the above then resolve to, probably seen those photos where they've actually done a long exposure and you see the waves of birds going through. I thought that was kind of fun, and showing below, so the things that fly below the surface. So yeah, as an art piece, I think it's fairly successful. Yeah, I'll definitely come up.
Okay, Paul?
Just a quick comment about the beginning, like the flower and the closing. Like I felt like, is that meant to be part of it? Is that a branding separate from the actual film? I wasn't sort of quite clear on that. I felt a slight just point there, but I was already in semi-finalists for the level of sort of innovation, originality, and the braveness to go completely silent. That's quite courageous.
Okay, so we'll go through and rescore. Everyone can rescore. Thank you, judges, for your very considered feedback. Yeah, you can change your score. You can. All right. And now our score is 86. Well done. Well done. All right, semi-finalist. Okay, let's move on to the next film. Last film. Last one. Oh, can you close that, X? Close this. X, close that. Judges, before you put your scores in, I want to just make a note, sorry. The pixelation that you see is the screen. We've already spoken about that, right? So the blacks are black. They are not how it's shown here. Okay. If you haven't already, go ahead and enter your scores. And this film received a score of 86. Well done. Okay. Bruce has a challenge.
I am actually excited by this one.
Okay, awesome. Go ahead, Bruce.
All
Take it away.
right. This is really creative as a dance film, and specifically something that it is actually quite unique in the genre. And the technicals to get it right and to not have anything blow out in those forms as they mesh together is amazing. The stillness, yet the fluidity is beautiful, and then we've got those little glitches just to bring in the next echo or the next person. I think this is just an amazing art piece, which is really well conceived, technically perfect for what it's trying to do, and I really reckon this is a finalist, guys, so let's bring it up.
Okay, all right. Hang on just a sec. Lacey was on 78, so we'll go to Lacey, please.
Yeah, I was probably super meanly harsh on this one, and so I'm actually really glad that we're having a discussion about this video, and I feel like my eyes have been opened, so thank you, Bruce. Yeah, I got the echoes, I got all of that. I think there was just a little bit that was missing for me that kind of kept me in that I don't quite understand. And so I'm listening to my fellow judges.
Okay.
I might also ask you a question in regards to the story, because I feel like, yeah, the echoes are there, it's a cool effect and all, but I feel like they could have put a story behind it, whether that be through the choreograph or through maybe different characters to create a story using this effect as well.
Okay. Paul?
Yeah, it just really depended on the technique to some extent. I felt about a third of the way in, there was this beautiful, flowing, graceful filming going on, and this really discordant music that didn't match at all. And I guess you could say that maybe adds tension somehow, but to me that was a discordant moment. And I was sort of trying to decide where it ended up. It ended up with an overflow of all things going on, but what was our final point? What was the ultimate purpose? And also there was an interesting point in the middle where they just had a very static, where it's just saw her face staring straight at you. And I felt like it moved away from this natural flowing movement emphasis to a person and back again, and I was kind of like, I'd almost might have been more consistent if it didn't have that, but that's up for debate, that one.
Okay, Bruce?
I kind of get where you're going with the idea of the story and that, but the thing about this is that this is a tone. This is like, it's a visual tone poem of moving in and out and the flow of the movement. And yeah, it is an effect based, and if you saw this over and over again, yes, it would get tired very quickly, but I haven't seen it before in this way and produced in this, well, it's just produced beautifully. The music is discordant because it is a contrast to the imagery, which is flowing. It's all about flow, contrast, and it's not about literal storytelling. It is about feeling, and for me, I just got super excited by it. So well done to the filmographer, to the dancer, and I hope you guys will listen to me and come up and reward this amazing bit of work.
Thank you so much, Bruce. All right, we'll go ahead and do our rescoring.
I've got to keep the same score, don't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Lucky last.
And the score is now 90. Well done. Some very passionate and convincing arguments from Bruce. Well done. Thank you guys for all of your feedbacks and comments on this film. that wraps us up. That is the last film that we have for this category. Thank you all for tuning in. And thank you all for being here for the Australian Videography Prize. That is it for us, and we'll see you next time. We will, but not live stream.